Hamilton!
Absolutely incredible. And it's another 12 darter. And in again. There was a mean look on that man's face when he hit that 136. And he finishes with an absolute belter. That just goes to show what Joe Croft can do.
Good evening and welcome along to the Modus Super Series on the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It was around about a month ago when Marvin van Velzen lifted the jackpot, beating Jimmy Van Schie in a last leg decider to pick up the £25,000 first prize. And by the end of play this evening, we'll be a third of the way through the series. It's a night littered with opportunity and a night littered with stars. And we have Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar in the studio this evening and in the commentary box to describe all of the action. But it is a night littered with opportunities for all 6 players that are in action tonight. And these are the participants that are looking to claim that Champions Week place. The one-ball John Worsley wasn't at his rip-roaring best, but he is through to a 7th consecutive finals night in a series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the winner of Group A on Wednesday. There was a lot of clamour about the debut of Kai Gotthardt. There was glimpses of brilliance, but he's looking to find a bit more consistency when it comes to tonight. Baby boy Adam Lipscombe's looking to be the main man tonight through to another Saturday here. He's looking for a first title in front of his home crowd. As for Joe Croft, Saturday's becoming a bit more of a regularity for him, a player who's definitely progressing in 2024. This would be a big feather in the cap. As for the Arrows, Shane McGuirk, he is looking for glory on Saturday night for the very first time. Winner of the Irish Open, he is hoping to be a Super Series winner this evening. As for Sean McDonald, he's looking to punish the field, his first event of 2024, and he's into the Super Series Super 6 on a Saturday night. So pretty much all corners of the British Isles are going to be represented in tonight's finals. And we've got a little bit of hometown flavour of Adam Lipscombe and the Deutsche Data Kai Gotthardt in the mix as well. Let's have a look back at the story of Week 4 and begin with Group A, which got underway on Monday morning from 9:30. It was John Worsley that won that group in the end, Nico, but he felt as if he was nowhere near his best.
He'd be right, because he wasn't anywhere near his best, but he was still able to win the group. And if I may pay a big compliment to John, not everybody can win 12 games out of 15 not playing their best. He was winning crucial moments throughout the 3 days, and that's why he had the 2 days off. And I think he deserves a lot of credit for the way he was able to stick to his task, because in some of the games when he wasn't playing his best, a lesser player would have found themselves talking inwardly and negatively. He just stuck to his task, found himself 5 wins on Monday and kept that lead pretty much 100% of the time through the 3 days.
But it wasn't just as easy as keeping that lead. There was points where he was under pressure, but just managed to get himself out of jail when it mattered.
I think he probably felt under pressure the entire time, because whenever you're not really playing your best, you do feel the pressure a lot more. You feel can I get myself out of a situation? Should I get myself in a hole? And the answer was yes. And that's something that puts him in really good stead going into tonight, because he's going to be asked questions tonight. He's going to be under it tonight, especially in this early part, these group stages, these small groups. It's all about nerves. It's all about bottle. We know he's got it from what he's done before, but he's just reassured himself of that because he has spent a bit of time away from the hockey. We know from the journey he's been on in regards to sort of personal self-discovery and trying to get a little bit more fitter and healthier in life. And with that, you just sort of feel you're a new version of yourself rather than that sort of one before. So to reconfirm he's still got those qualities will be a real good sign for him tonight.
So John Worsley, the winner of Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Everybody else was then divvied up into Groups B and C. Group C was the most dramatic group of the week, that is for sure. It came to a culmination yesterday afternoon. We'll talk about the story involving Joe Croft in just a second. But let's begin with Kai Gotthardt, who won every single game on Thursday and was never really in trouble on Friday.
Not really. I think the way he started the group and the way he was able to end the first day, it gave him all the confidence that he needed. And when Friday came, he was just ready to finish the job. He had a great deal of motivation because I think when Wednesday was over, he knew that he hadn't quite settled in, but this ability to reset come Thursday morning, he took full advantage of it and he was never going to be toppled. That was a very steady campaign.
So Kai Gotthardt, the winner of the group, but the race for second place really was dramatic. It came down to the very last darts in Group C. Jim Meyer had his destiny in his own hands. He took on Chris Quantock, who was struggling with an injury. It went down to the very last leg. Jim Meyer here with a dart at the bullseye to go for. He would have become the first ever player from Luxembourg to qualify for a finals night. He grazes the 25 wire, and then he is hoping in the background Chris Quantock coming back for 45, and this was to send Joe Croft through. He misses tops there, one left at double 10, pins it, and Jim Meyer quite literally had his hands on its head. And so it meant that going through would be Joe Croft. And first of all, Matt, just you can see there what it meant to Jim Meyer and what it would have meant to a nation as well in Luxembourg.
Devastation. That's the only way I can describe it for Jim Meyer. I think, first of all, he'll take a lot of credit, and he can be very positive about his week because he actually put himself in a position where myself and many other people who watch this show on a regular basis, would have thought he had no chance going into Group C. That is off the back of what he did in Group A, and he rebuilt, reset, really good. Winning 1 from 15 in that Group A campaign to being a dart away is major progress and shows a lot of character and a lot what Jim Meyer is about. However, he came so close, devastation. Joe Croft, very fortunate to be here because he actually lost his game in qualification by 4 legs to 0. And I'm going to say, completely bottled it. Missed the board. Double 19 thrown for treble 19, dart skewing in at different angles. There was nothing composed about that performance, but he already did the damage. It was in his hands. It was his to lose, and Meyer couldn't take it from him.
So Joe Croft being given a second lifeline here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That was the story of Group C. And Group B had the same amount of drama as well last night. It was won by Shane McGuirk, 12 points to his name, winning 6 out of his 8 matches. And he seems to be a player now, Paul, that we really are talking when he's playing in a week as somebody that we expect to get to the latter ends.
We do, because Shane's a very talented dart player. I think the people that he hangs around with in Ireland, the domestic scene over there has allowed him to thrive. And now that he's got a little bit of experience here over the course of time, he feels really comfortable playing in pressure situations. And it was really interesting when Matt and I were talking to him last night in the early hours, because he said, I've now won every group you've got apart from a Saturday night. So he's gunning for this one to have the set of weekly qualifying stages. So I just love the way he's trying to pick things apart one at a time. And there's only one thing left, apart from winning a Champions Week, of course.
In terms of Sean McDonald, he finished second in that group. He's been away for pretty much the whole of the year. His last competitive match was at the Lakeside in December 2023. Considering how much time he's had off and how little practice time he's had, is it just making it through to Saturday an achievement?
Absolutely, yeah. But it becomes very, very hard to assess as well when we look at McDonald, because I think if we was to ask him ourselves how he thinks it's gone and what he thinks is going to happen, I don't think he knows, which causes problems on a Saturday night, because that's where the nerves come from. That's where the anxiety comes when you're thinking forward and you don't know what the answer is and you've got questions and you're waiting until you get on the stage to see which way it goes. That's where the problem could lie tonight for McDonald. It may just be a little bit too far, but we know he's got the quality. And certainly when we look at this week, other than Shane McGuirk, I'm looking at this and saying, I don't think we've seen anyone who you would look at and go, they've been consistent at the top level.
In terms of Adam Lipscombe, the rhetoric so often here has been about his locality to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. He is a Portsmouth-based player, but it feels like the more and more we see him, we just talk about how good a player he is.
He's a lot more comfortable doing this now than, say, 18 months ago. He wanted to make his first Saturday night so badly that it was holding him back. Now that he's done it on multiple occasions, him getting there is more likely. He was the only person, I think, who stayed in position in the table from Thursday to Friday. He was in third, he stayed there, and even though he didn't have to win his last match, he will be very happy with the way he's come through his weekly campaign, and he will have plenty of gas in the tank, and he'll have plenty of support tonight, that's for sure.
So those are the 6 players that are going to be in action this evening at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. They are split up into 2 groups of 3 in the pool stages. The top 2 players will advance through to the semi-finals, where it's straight knockout for the rest of the year. I'm going to give you both a group each to analyse. I'll begin with you, Matt, with Group 1 involving Worsley, McDonald and Croft.
I can't give a definitive answer on either of those players. They all pose questions, not answers, on the evidence of what we've seen so far this week. I think John Worsley, on experience, on how far he's gone in the game, is the obvious pick. But I don't think it's as a sure thing as you'd maybe think. Normally when we see a player who wins Group A, because it's judged over 3 days and there's only one place, the player who qualifies for that is traditionally, in our eyes, the favourite. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was a few nervy moments in that one, and I think you could pick any 2 or 3.
And very quickly, in terms of Group 2, is that where the favourites are tonight in your eyes?
Oh, yeah. And I'm not talking about Lipscombe either. Even though he's local and he's going to have the most support, the other 2 people in his group are the 2 favourites to win the whole thing tonight, not just to get through the group. Because Gotthardt and Shane, they are playing the best darts of the week. Absolutely.
Well, let's see what the odds compilers think about tonight's action. This is what the bookies are going with, and they go with John Worsley as the 5-2 favourite. Kai Gotthardt and Shane McGuirk both at 7-2 with the bookies. Are there any surprises in the betting in your eyes, gents?
I don't make Worsley favourite. I absolutely don't. I would probably make him 3rd favourite. I would be looking at Shane McGuirk being favourite, Kai Gotthardt 2nd, then John Worsley. I think they've maybe gone with the fact of what he's done before, the fact he's had a tour card, the fact he's reached a Pro Tour semi-final, maybe the fact he's won Group A, maybe the fact he's had success here before, but it feels different. It doesn't feel like he's that same guy, and on the evidence of what we've seen so far, McGuirk's the man to beat, head and shoulders.
In agreement?
Absolutely. I should have worn my T-shirt tonight that says, I agree with everything that Matt has just said. I know we had a conversation off the air before we were doing the top of the show here, but everything he's just said, I completely concur.
Well, gents, thank you very much for now. We shall hear from you in the commentary box. But to our first game of the evening session, which sees John Worsley, the winner of Group A, in action up against Joe Croft, who just about got through Group C yesterday afternoon. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players ahead of their opening match. Joe, dramatic end to yesterday afternoon's session. Have you had the time to process what happened?
Yeah, I did. Still can't quite believe I got through the way I did. But again, like I said yesterday, sometimes luck's on your side, and it was. And I've got to stop relying on other people, but I got here, so.
What do you think the keys is to take that next step, to take that improvement, to ensure that it's kind of in your own hands a bit more often?
I just got to perform better on the day, you know. I still haven't shown what I can fully get. I mean, I probably had 100 average last time I was here. Still haven't hit that this time. But yeah, I mean, I'm not competing to where I normally am. So
you went back home following the end of yesterday's session. You've come back to Ports today. Does that give you a fresh mindset? Because you can almost travel back home, come back to here, and make it feel like a fresh tournament.
Yeah. I needed to sort of recoup and sort of it's not 100 mile an hour all the time, you know, because that's what it's been. It's been sort of heart in your mouth moments, and then the first day was a bit of a grit and bear, and I needed to refresh. So,
can you almost treat tonight as a bit of a free roll?
Yeah, 100%. I shouldn't be here. That's the honest truth. I shouldn't be here. Jim should be here. But like I said, it's darts, you know.
Are you a man that believes in fate? Do you feel like that could possibly be something that works in your favour?
Could do. I've got no pressures, you know. Like you said, I've got a second chance at it. So, the way I look at it is, whatever happens, happens.
Just finally, you've had a very good year on the ADC circuit. Would it be an icing on the cake to win here tonight?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If I can bring my A game with me, I can't see why I couldn't win it. There are very good players in there, so.
We wish you all the very best, Joe. Good luck.
Thank you.
John, another weekly campaign, another Saturday night. How would you talk about your process, or how would you review your progress through this week?
It can only get better. I hope. I didn't play very well. I've done enough at the right times, I think. It wasn't pretty, but I'm in the final, and that's all that matters. What
did you not feel went right this week? And then what in particular did you manage to carve out of this week so far?
I don't know. I felt like I was blocking a lot. Like my darts ain't lying properly. They haven't done since I lost the weight. But I was just not getting the scores. The double-in seemed to be pretty good, but I wasn't doing enough to get the doubles all the time, if you know what I mean. So I lost a few games on the last day, but I managed to pick it up in the end.
You mentioned the weight loss. Is it still a process trying to readjust to the darts, obviously, with that loss of weight? Because there's certain things that changed, isn't there?
Yeah, well, because I knew I was coming back here, I've put a bit of weight back on to try and get my game back. And I think I have a little bit. I don't know, I need to lose weight slowly and play darts.
Not going too far too soon, basically.
Yeah, I lost 5 stone way too quick.
In terms of tonight, we know that you've been successful on a Saturday night before, but that's been a little while now, about 18 months since you had that success. How much would you like to taste that feeling back in the winner's circle here again?
Yeah, I'd love to. But like I said, I'd just take one game at a time because I don't know how I'm going to play. So after the first game, it'll give me an idea and then I can move on from there.
We wish you all the very best, John. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Fancy it after that first start. And what a way to finish the game, John Worsley. And with darts like that, he would have every chance of winning the week. Well, it seems to be working. This would be some start. It's double 10 for an absolute beauty. Well, I think John Worsley was winding me up earlier when he said he hasn't been practicing, because that's a 12-darter opener.
An interesting opening game between two players who are still searching for something. Joe Croft and John Worsley kick off the evening's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it's all going to be watched in the company of our commentary team. It's a very good evening once again to Matthew Edgar and to Paul Nicholson.
Good evening indeed, and welcome to week 4 and the finals to see who joins the trio of players who are already coming back before Christmas for the final series title in 2024. John Worsley has won Group A this week without playing his best darts, but he's the only person tonight who has been to the championship game in a weekly sense and won it. So for that reason, maybe the odds compilers have got him as the favourite, but myself and Matthew Edgar seem to think that 2 of the players in the other group tonight maybe are more favourable. Owen's going to be your referee for the evening.
First leg, it's John to throw first. Game on!
And Joe Croft said there is 0 pressure on him tonight, Matt. I would have to agree on some level with that.
I don't think it was very positive, was it, listening to
81.
both the players before the darts was thrown this evening? And the bit I disagree with is this moment. You might come here and think, well, maybe I shouldn't be here, and you can paint that picture in your mind. But the second you get on the oche, you don't go up there and think, well, I've got nothing to lose, because all you think about at this point when game on is called is what you have to gain. And there's a lot to gain here for Joe Croft. An opportunity to win his first week at the Super Series. An opportunity to book himself a place in Champions Week. And when you look at the lineup, this is a genuine opportunity here because there isn't one of those sort of
60.
A-star Super Series players here tonight.
He's got a maximum in his first 2 visits.
60.
Or should I say, in one of his first 2 visits. But I see where you're coming from, because when we were sitting in the studio last night with Shane McGuirk and we revealed what the groups were for tonight,
89.
my immediate thought was, if I were Joe Croft and I looked at Group 1, I'd think, that I can get my teeth into.
68.
Even though John won Group A the first 3 days of the week, it was actually Kai Gotthardt who had better statistics than him.
126.
But Kai didn't even make Group B.
133.
It was a perplexing group. And we're going to go to the wire in leg 1.
93.
I like that
Johnny
pause
McGuire,
because he has
60.
had a few shaky darts over the last couple of days. Composing himself there was a really good move.
Game shot
It is in
the
vain,
first
though,
leg.
as John Worsley finds the first leg of the night somewhat tidily.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first.
He said he's not been too sure
Game on.
about the angle his darts are landing or what he's going to do when he gets up there. So taking it out clean like that is going to be a confidence
60.
booster. And it was really interesting listening to Jonathan Worsley in that interview talking about the weight loss, losing 5 stone, now just sort of stabilising for a little period of time before he goes back to try and
60.
lose a bit more. And he spoke quite fondly there about how the throw feels different. And we've seen this before, haven't we, where
95.
players have either gained weight or lost weight and it affects performance. It's one of those things, isn't it, where while you're going through that period, you have to practice more. And we know
59.
from Jonathan Worsley and what he's been telling us that he's actually not practiced at all or very little during that transition. And while you're going through that, great example,
41.
Luke Humphries, who practiced even more intensely while going through that process.
Great example. So when he comes back to the game, a lot lighter,
95.
the game probably felt alien to him at that point. I don't think there are a great deal
69.
of dart players who tend to focus on core exercises and balance exercises, because when you lose weight, they are the 2 things that I personally believe will be tested first,
80.
as well as your technique.
Well, I can vouch for this even further. I always used to play with very small flights. And then when I stopped going to the gym, I ended up having to play with bigger flights because I didn't have the same level of control. More muscle, more control.
Plenty of people in the live lounge tonight.
96.
As per usual, support for Croft towards the back of the room.
40 scored, yeah.
And all he can do is lay up once again and hope
56.
that he
Johnny
does get a
McGuire,
shot this time.
68.
Or does John close him out for a second time?
It's only going to be a dart. Joe Croft thinks it's going in.
36. Joe, you
But
require.
he would be wrong
40.
on this occasion.
$20. John, you require 32.
He thought he wasn't coming back. He might not be after this. This is a really interesting set of events.
60.
Because when he had 48
Joe,
left
you
with 2
require
darts,
20.
I was convinced he was going for a single 8.
James on the second leg.
Crofty
Joe
takes
Croft.
advantage of the misses. But you and I both saw Group A, Matt. And how many
Well,
times
it's John
Jonathan
to throw
Worsley
first.
was leaving
Game on.
tops on purpose. He went for that single 16 there on 48. That was a change of plan.
He does have darts that land quite flat in the board, so going for tops, if you throw it on the
60.
top wire, you're going to block up sections of it. The other thing is regarding the grip of Worsley. Because he holds it quite close to the point, if that
95.
release doesn't feel quite right, he's just going to drag the dart low all the time. Maybe just further evidence of the words that he told us at the start of the show.
24.
One thing we have seen over the last 3 weeks, it's that experience has won the day. Or should I say, won the night. Labanauskas, Harrison and Hamilton all in Champions Week and all have storied careers.
95.
Who's the most experienced player here tonight?
42.
You've got to say Worsley.
I don't see a mathematical advantage there of starting down on the 19, so that has to be a tactical play again. Maybe feeling like Worsley's not quite reaching
94.
up to the top end of the board right now.
I wonder how much work he's put in over the last couple of days. We know that Croft decided
99.
to go back home
Joey
after
McGuirk,
yesterday.
170.
Shots on, but not for long. And where Joe's from is actually not just around the corner. It's a bit of a drive.
Yeah, I'm going to dig into that actually in the
121.
next leg, because it
124.
was a really intriguing part of that interview at the start of the show.
$92. Joey require 49.
216s.
33.
He's had plenty of chances already.
Johnny require 32.
I'm starting to think
Game
that if John
on the
Worsley keeps
third.
getting chances like
John
that,
Worsley.
his name might be on the pot. Because this is what was happening in Group
Joe to throw
A.
first.
People weren't
Game
putting
on.
him away.
So digging into that comment from Joe Croft and what we know that he's done in regards to the fact he went home, that tells me he didn't book a hotel for the Friday night, because I don't believe he had the hotel booked and went, do you know what, I'm not going to stay here tonight, I'm going to go home because I
100.
fancy it, I'm just going to check out of the hotel. How confident was he of getting through that group if he didn't book accommodation?
66.
Yeah, just to give you some sort of perspective, if you're not aware of the geography of Portsmouth, right on the south coast of England, getting back to Cheshunt,
93.
that's past northeast London. That's a drive of at least 2.5 hours, at least.
97.
And for some people who like driving, that they'll just think, well, that's fine. I don't mind driving home 2.5 hours and then coming back that same journey and maybe having to do it again tonight.
92.
But all in all, that's the thick end of 9 hours of driving.
50.
And that takes its toll.
I'd say the big thing for me is there was clearly a plan there that
100.
he was aiming to go home on the Friday evening, regardless of those results, where
100.
tend to find players now, they'll book the night before so they get the preparation right, they'll book for the night after because they expect to be playing late.
Well, someone who's playing on Monday is already here.
140.
But we'll get into that in due
48.
course because that person has travelled across the Atlantic. Another
60.
chance for Worsley.
Johnny require 46.
If John goes 3-1 up, it could easily be the same for Joe. This time it's tops.
Game shot on the
And that is
forward.
clinical.
John Worsley.
If he can win the next leg,
Fifth leg
all he
is
will
John
need
to throw
when he
first.
plays in Game 5
Game on.
against Sean McDonald will be an amount of legs to get through to the semi-finals. If he can win both of his group games, he will win Group 1.
95.
And that would give him the darts in the semi-finals, which most of the time is an advantage.
140.
If you're tuning in for the first time on a Saturday night, we welcome you
100.
to the action here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. The noise in here is always going to be respectful when the players are playing.
123.
But I guarantee you the tension will go up tenfold when Lipscombe plays against McGuirk next.
$59. $120.
A little bit of bad fortune, but maybe the misses at the doubles in this game have been more crucial than the bad fortune that he's had.
It was bad fortune, but it was
Joey
a
require
great reaction,
180.
wasn't it? When he's had that bounce out, just completely no-sold it, and the next start straight in the treble. And that's a better leg of darts there from Joe Croft. A 12-darter, reminding us of what he is capable of. He said if he brings his A game tonight, it's good enough. And do you know, on the evidence of what we've seen from that over the last 12 months, you'd have to agree. Beating the likes of Reece Colley, Ross Montgomery, Steve Ine,
60.
Colin Osborne, Chaz Barstow, and a UK Open win against James Hurrell. All players who have had success on that stage and on further stages with the PDC. However, he hasn't given us his A game. But he did in the last leg.
Second 180 of the night
125.
was almost followed by the third. 4-3 really has been the result of the week. So many of them in every group
44.
we've had. So many turning points at crucial times. We have seen from Joe
95.
something over the last couple of days that puts him in a positive bracket right now. His ability to finish matches off when 3-2 down was very good.
139.
But if I may be frank, he was doing that when he'd already played a game.
Big dart.
43.
Big miss.
John require 138.
Doesn't even keep it straight, which means Worsley is going to get 6 darts at this 138. He may need to use the full quota.
41.
Just to embellish my point a little bit, Joe has not won his first game of a day
60.
at all this week.
97.
And he may not win this one. Double top.
57.
He's still alive
Joe, you require 180.
on the checkout that he's just hit. Not this time.
58.
And Worsley,
Joe,
who's
you
averaging just a
require
shade over 80
40.
in this game, now has 3 match darts. He will get a sigh of relief from that one. He got plenty of chances against Joe Croft, who will now have to win his second game, which will be against Sean McDonald. It's a really interesting group because there's no clear favourite, but maybe what John Worsley has just done has put himself in the box seat to get through group number 1. He starts with a win by 4 legs to 2, and when we come back, we are going to start group 2, and the volume is about to go up in here.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw John Worsley get the better of Joe Croft by 4-2 in our opening match of the night. And so to game 2 we go, and we're going to get a first look at Shane McGuirk and Adam Lipscombe on this Saturday evening. Both players came through Group B last night. Shane McGuirk dominated that group, whereas Adam Lipscombe got through by the skin of his teeth. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players. Shane, another positive week for yourself here at the Super Series, winner of Group B. What will be your overall assessment as to how you performed?
It just went the way I wanted it to go. You know, everyone comes here to win. Everyone wants to get through, and I just wanted to get through. But I had my own small goal to top the group, so because I topped A, topped C, and I wanted to top B, and it was a mini goal for myself. It gives me a bit of confidence for tonight, and hopefully it works out.
Do you feel like a player that's really settled into this format now, and you kind of feel a bit more at home on that stage?
Yeah, every time I come here, it's a lot easier. I feel a lot more relaxed. I'm getting used to all this stuff, and Saturday nights is just something that I'm trying to get used to now as well. Like there could be a good few people in here with Adam playing, so I'm gonna have to prepare for that because I play him first game tonight. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to it, and I think hopefully I get involved with everything that's going on. I'm playing well this last while, so it should hopefully come all right.
Do you feel like you're knocking on the door here because you've had a weekly final in the past, you've got deep on a few occasions?
Yeah, for me, Saturday night's the goal. Every time you come here to get to Saturday night is the goal. But I'd love to push on to make another final at least. Whether win or lose, it's whatever happens. But to make a final, that would be the next goal for me. And then once I get into that final, if it is tonight, if not, I'll take it from there. But hopefully this will work out today.
And this could potentially be the start of a very busy, very exciting end of the year for yourself, particularly with Lakeside in mind.
Yeah, this is a good preparation for Lakeside. You know, have the Irish Open coming back up again this year, which was very good to me last year. Got me into Lakeside this year. It's coming at the right time. I'm playing well now, so at the end of the year, like I can play well and I can carry that into Lakeside. And who knows, I could win maybe a couple of games and see what happens.
Well, I wish you all the very best tonight, Shane. Good luck.
Thanks.
Adam, another Saturday night here at the Super Series. This is becoming a bit more of a regular occurrence for you now.
Oh yeah, mate. Obviously fighting it all the time, trying to get through, like for ages, and then had a couple of close calls. Then now every time it seems to be getting through. So yeah, it's good.
How would you sum up how you played this week?
A bit inconsistent compared to what I've been playing. Like it's a bit like I come out the blocks in some of the games that are playing really well, and then obviously I hit like a wall. I don't know. It's really weird, and then obviously if I could just keep them straight, it'd be nice, but it starts now, I suppose.
The story of your Super Series career has been slowly building up towards things. It took you a couple of appearances to get through to your first day. Now you've made a couple of Saturdays, and you've made a semi-final as well in the past. Is it about now taking those next steps forward on a Saturday?
Oh, mate, it'd be lovely. Yeah, I'll say what these guys have done here for me in like, the last couple of years has been like anything I couldn't imagine. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it built me up and sort of like give me confidence to go elsewhere and do more stuff, and been doing all right, yeah.
Where would Adam Lipscombe be as a darts player at the Super Series?
Say again, sorry?
Where would Adam Lipscombe as a darts player be about the Super Series?
Don't know. Obviously, still trying to play locally and doing bits and bobs. But I don't think I would have done Q School. I don't think I would have done Challenge Tour either. I think I'd have just stayed ADC sort of thing. But I think I'm good enough. Like, honestly, like my ability and stuff. But it's just my head sometimes. Like I say, that's what blocks me from doing better. Yeah.
Nice to see you playing with a smile on your face. Look forward to watching you play in front of a big crowd tonight. Adam, all the very best.
Thank you very much. Cheers, mate.
Two tremendous players, and the trebles are absolutely flying in for another maximum. And he gets a 180. Bradley Brooks, bam, bam. And Jeff Smith, how can he follow that? He looks focused. Oh, what's happened here?
Oh, what's going on?
This was not in the plan. Look at the players.
Yeah, something's going on here. What on earth is happening? I'm not sure what it's all about.
Oh my God, it's the baby boy!
Oh my God, Glenn's definitely not getting a BAFTA for that. Adam Lipscombe in action against Shane McGuirk. It's our second match of the evening session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Some might say that Shane McGuirk is one of the best players to have never won a week here at the Super Series. He's made it through to a final before. He's looking to do so again. Adam Lipscombe, the local hometown favourite, is his first assignment, and this is being watched in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Looking forward to this group is what we are right now. 32 years of age, from Portsmouth, and no pressure, Adam, but you're up there, and pretty much everybody in the room wants you to win tonight. But as he's been saying, the more he comes here, the more he qualifies, the more he's used to these situations, which means he's more prepared now than he was the time before this and the time before that. But he is, in his first game tonight, up against who we believe, Matt, as the favourite for the night.
Everything you have just said
65.
and everything you just explained regarding Adam Lipscombe, you could also apply the same to Shane McGuirk. The difference, though, is Shane McGuirk's ceiling, I believe, is much, much higher.
And more consistent?
85.
Oh, absolutely. What we've seen from him the past few evenings, the 180 count, incredible. He had 5 in one game.
145.
He's on for a 10-darter to start the night.
100.
This is not a hot start. This is almost nuclear. That's very good, isn't it?
Shane McGuirk.
Statement of intent, and that is how he shut
Second leg, it's Adam to
a lot
throw
of
first.
people down when it comes to volume at the start of a night when you're playing the local favourite. My word, that was impressive.
45.
Well, there was a lot of volume, wasn't there? While you was watching those interviews, the players made their way to the stage and the volume levels rose. But Shane McGuirk yesterday was aware of the fact that he was
85.
playing those sort of games with the darts, and then against the darts, tailed off. If he's aware of that story,
70.
does it repeat itself?
Time will tell. And Shane will play game 2.
140.
He will also play game 6. That's against the German Kai Gotthardt.
140.
By the time we get to that game, he might already be through.
123.
At the minute, Adam needs to hurry up, because if he doesn't, he's not going to catch Shane. The way he's
60.
scoring.
Shane, you require 153.
It's relentless scoring, isn't it? With those 2 treble visits in the early part of this game from Shane McGuirk.
99.
Talking about the back end of the year, what he's got coming up. Exciting prospects for him. He says he'd like to win a couple of games on that lakeside stage. Well, with darts like this,
36.
he'll be walking off
Shane,
it with a
you require
trophy.
54.
Double top.
Game shown the second leg. Shane McGuirk.
2-0 McGuirk. And right now,
Third
it's just
leg,
not in
it's
doubt.
Shane to throw
One person is
first.
sweating it
Game
up on
on.
the stage, and the other one is about as cool as a cucumber.
Averages don't always tell you the full story, but here they do.
140.
A difference of 43 points in the averages.
60.
Just remind everybody about what you were saying about a ceiling.
Oh, he's got very, very high levels. He's got gears as Shane McGuirk. I think he'll be getting quite a little bit of
42.
support off the back of what we are seeing so far. People will be making a note of the name of Shane McGuirk.
100.
Playing in the WDF system, it does take you
140.
to some far-flung places, but Shane has stayed fairly local to the British Isles and Ireland.
140.
Winner of the Irish Open a year ago. Could possibly defend it before he goes to Lakeside.
99.
And if you ask me, if they've ever got any mixed pairs events at these things and Bo Greaves is there, if they don't get together, it's just wrong. Because it would be bow and arrow.
80.
Does he close Lipscombe out again?
Game Sean the third leg.
This is relentless.
Shane McGuirk.
Adam can't lay a glove on Shane.
It's Adam to throw first.
Yesterday, Adam Lipscombe in his first game was 3-0 down to Stevie Johnston. And at that point, we're thinking, Adam's in trouble. Stevie
60.
Johnston is cruising towards Saturday night. Over the next 4 legs, everything changed.
180.
Adam won those 4 legs, and Stevie Johnston would go on to lose every game he had that night. So Adam's here, and Stevie J isn't.
86.
Big smile on the face of Adam Lipscombe after that. Will probably feel like he's just trying to get a couple of legs on the board here on the basis of what we're seeing from Shane McGuirk, and every leg could be vital. We have seen complete turnarounds this week, haven't we, where a player's been 3-0 up and ended up losing it by 4 legs to 3. So Lipscombe will know the job's not done. It's just not impossible,
84.
just a little bit more unlikely.
And without being disrespectful to Group 1, Adam has been given the tougher group.
Adam, you require 40.
He's on the board. And the fight back starts right now. I just get the feeling that if he is to get a result from 3-0 down, he's going to have to somehow stop McGuirk from getting another dart at a double.
The problem is just power scoring again from Shane McGuirk. Adam Lipscombe's not had a chance on the Shane McGuirk throw. And you feel if he's going to get a chance, he's going to have to be looking around about the 12 area.
We've only had 1
60
ton plus average this week, which came from Kai Gotthardt. Shane was very, very close. A 99.59 average in beating Lonsdale in Game 7 of last night. But for the majority of that match, he was well above the 100 mark. Just a couple of missed darts at double towards the end. Cost him.
83.
But he is within 6 darts of winning this match with
60.
what can only be described as the most impressive performance of the last 6 days.
$98.
And he hasn't even brought his biggest weapon to this match. There's only one maximum there.
44. Shane, you require 120.
I don't think Adam's going to deny Shane a match start. He is going to get some.
80.
Just hits and hope. That's all that's left here now for Lipscombe.
56.
And it's not
Shane,
much
you
of a
require
blow.
40.
He has made an error.
Adam, you require 156.
But it's a massive ask. Consequently,
35.
that is the biggest finish of the week,
Shane,
156.
you require 20.
It has not been matched. That flight might get in the way.
No score. Adam, you require 121.
It's been oh so perfect until this point for Shane McGuirk. However, the hardest one to hit is always the last. He's going to get another chance, though. A wayward dart for Lipscombe guarantees McGuirk a 3rd visit to the board to finally cross the line.
Shane, you require 20.
He doesn't miss this time. And after a brilliant first few legs, He does limp across the line, but his scoring abilities gave him those 3 visits that he needed to get that 4-1 victory. The average in the end does dip below the 90 mark, but he won't care about that. It's all about the results. And he starts Group 2 with a 4-1 win over Adam Lipscombe.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart. Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hold himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and Fox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Lishman!
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw a superb performance from Shane McGuirk to get the better of hometown hero Adam Lipscombe by 4 legs to 1. After 3 legs, McGuirk was averaging in excess of 109. He limped towards the finishing line in the end, but it was a strong showing from the arrow to kickstart his night. And it could be the end of the road for Joe Croft in the 3rd game of the session here. He lost out in match 1 to John Worsley by 4 legs to 2. And if he loses this match to Sean McDonald, everything's done in Group 1 with a match to spare. For the Punisher, this is his first event of 2024. His last competitive darts prior to this week was at the Lakeside back in December, but back in the swing of things and hoping to be back in the winner's enclosure. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with him. Well, Sean, back at the Supers. It's been a little while since we've seen you here. Do you feel like you became back at home straight away?
No, not quite. If you look at my performances, no, I'm rusty, really rusty. Not played at all this year. So, but no, it's good to be back, and I've managed to dig deep and get myself through. So, good.
Darts is an interesting thing for you because obviously your job away from the sport means you can't commit as much time to it. So, how much have you been able to play since we've last seen you here?
Before last week, my last game was Lakeside in December. So an extremely long period out. It's been more, work's been busy, but it's family as well. Both my boys have been really busy with football. So carting them about to all their things. And it's just the way it is when things are busy that darts has to take a back seat, unfortunately.
In terms of how you played this week, because of the timeout, are you just pleased just to get through to Saturday and just see how things work from there pretty much?
Yeah, I was just trying to get rust off, really. So I was delighted to get an invite here, playing the World Masters next week. I'm playing the Granite City exhibition in November. So, yeah, I'm still been practicing, don't get me wrong, but it's not the same, is it?
Finally, most important question, how was your afternoon at Fratton Park?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, it was good atmosphere, sell out as well. I was basically sitting in the dugout, so seats were excellent. Unfortunately, I didn't get a result. Well, you got a point, but yeah, I think they were looking for all three.
Hopefully you're better at retaining leads than Port so far. Sure, we wish you all the very best tonight. Good luck.
Thank you.
Nice first start, though. How's the third? Very good. Double top again. And in again.
The fifth leg.
This is a
Sean
really
McDonald.
good performance from Sean.
Recognise the problems. This could be a problem for Stephen Johnson.
Game.
There's
Sean
that tops
the
working
third leg.
again for Sean McDonald.
Well, Sean McDonald could qualify for the semi-finals with a game to spare. He takes on Joe Croft, who's already lost in the opening match of the evening session. He has a big support base here this evening to the left-hand side of your screen as we're looking at, and he's been having a glance over there as he's thrown his practice darts. A big game for the 31-year-old up against the Punisher, and this game being watched in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Both players. And a battle between England and Scotland. And like Henry said at the top of the show, we have a lovely mix of countries here tonight. 2 English players, someone from Wales, a Scotsman, an Irishman who's just played very, very well to beat Adam Lipscombe by 4-1, and the solitary German who will take his first bout against Lipscombe in the next match after this. But Joe Croft has to win to stay alive in this Saturday night. He has shown guts throughout the course of the last couple of days in Group C. And he has not won his first game of any day this week. But after that, he has been stronger.
I think this is the dream position though on a Saturday night, isn't it? The one that Sean McDonald is in, because you're going up against an opponent that's already lost, so you know the pressure is on them to try and stay in the tournament. A win puts you through, but if you do lose, you've still got another opportunity when he goes up against John Worsley in the final game of the group.
100.
If you're watching Sean McDonald for the first time in a while, you might be thinking, he's throwing a bit quicker. You'd be right.
28.
He's trying to cultivate this quicker rhythm. He is taking away the stopping point, or should we say the aiming point.
57.
He wants to flow a little bit better. I don't think he's anywhere near the player he wants to be. But what he's got going on between the ears
41.
is a lot better than your average dart player who comes to Portsmouth. He's incredibly astute.
We did hear about how rusty he's been in regards to the last time he played. That was Lakeside, which, when we think about when that was the beginning of December last year. We're talking 10 months
64.
since his last competitive game, and you do just feel a little bit out. It's when you're asking yourself, isn't it? When you want to produce something, when you read the game, you read the situation, and you know you need to produce something in that moment. When you're playing regularly, that just feels natural. It feels
97.
normal.
You only
Doesn't
require
always
88.
feel that way when you've not been playing a lot of darts. This is good darts, though. That's a good finish.
First leg. Sean
Break a throw.
McDonald.
And Joe Croft may just start
Second leg,
to
it's
panic
Sean
very
to throw
soon.
first. Game on.
Well, Sean won the World Masters Boys title 22 years ago.
93.
In the years after that, he did go to other tournaments. He actually went to the PDC for a while as well. But then it seems like something keeps coming up to stop him from maybe taking the game a bit further. Now, I'm not saying his family life or his existence in Scotland is a derogatory thing. It's just sometimes for people, life does get in the way.
And sometimes
58.
it's the choices in which you make, isn't it? Because I think you'll probably vouch for this as well, because we've lived a very similar lifestyle in regards to the things that we've done and the places we've been. It's a very
99.
selfish lifestyle for which relationships, friendships, birthdays, celebrations, weddings,
100.
they all take a back seat, and you're not there, and you do lose a lot of those sort of friendships and relationships over the years.
Well, I can put my hand on my heart and say right now, because of my career, I have lost friendships.
45.
Because I haven't been to christenings, weddings, and all sorts of differing things.
140.
The other sacrifices you make for what you want to do. But Sean, to his credit, he has got a great life in Scotland, but still has opportunities to scratch the darting itch.
99.
And even when he's rusty, he's still a very good
103.
player. Needs it.
83.
Doesn't quite get it.
Sean, you require
And now runs the
84.
risk of a 2-0 deficit.
Same sort of combination this for McDonald as he did in game number 1. Treble for double. That double is double 12.
72.
And a missed
Joe, you
opportunity.
require
And Joe
20.
Croft is running out of chances.
How does he find this? He might need a sat-nav to get in here. If he can't see it from the left-hand side, he will have to go high and right. This is difficult. But it's brilliant!
James Sean, the second leg.
Yes, there was an assist,
Croft.
but my word, that's an impressive dart.
Third leg, it's Joe to throw first.
And if you're McDonald, you're still at the
Game
back
on.
of the stage. When you see your opponent walking around, you instantly think, here we go. Because how often does that happen where the target's blocked, the player has to
41.
throw from a sizable distance at an unusual angle, and it seems to find the way in.
How often would you practice a shot like that?
You wouldn't really, would you? Very, very rarely. But that is a wild one. Just didn't come out the hand. What a quality recovery, though.
132.
It's always the definition of character and life, isn't it? It's not the bad things, it's how you recover from them.
All I'll say is that bad dart landed in a 12,
99.
which is better than a 5.
But that's not the first time we've seen that. We saw that when the nerves started jangling at
125.
the end of the group campaign, when he needed a win to guarantee his place here. Joe Croft threw a dart in the double 19. He threw one off the board. Just as if he's trying to
126.
throw the dart before the set point, before the release point. Just a little bit of panic to get the dart delivered too quickly.
100.
Can that double 10 galvanise Croft's challenge to make the semi-finals?
100.
Great approach from McDonald.
Joe, you require 103.
He's already had a crack at this finish in this match. This way. He now has to hit tops out of rhythm. He knew it as soon as he threw it.
Sean, you require
Another dart that doesn't come out
36.
right. And McDonald can take the lead back.
Game Sean, the third leg.
They don't call him the
Sean
Punisher for
McDonald.
nothing. And he's got his Punisher face on tonight.
Fourth leg, it's Sean to throw
Well, he
first.
broke the throw in leg 1 and
Game
sort of handed it back, didn't he? Leg 2. We'll be looking to not make the same mistake after a 13 dart leg there to regain the advantage.
140.
I think that's the difference when we're looking sort of at the technical side or the force in which the players are throwing the darts with. Because safe to say with Joe Croft, some of the darts are just sort of flopping out of the hand and dropping low with the point kicking out to the angle. Sean McDonald's, well, they're thrown.
96.
Yes, they are. His action is like a slingshot.
It's like he's throwing Death Stars.
83.
I wonder who would be the best thrower of that kind of star out of the darting crop.
140.
I think Callum Ridds would have a good throw for throwing Death Stars.
100. Sean
Don't try and give Peter Wright an excuse to use them. With 90 left,
53.
he leaves himself on 72. A chance to go 3-1 up and to be within 501 points of putting Joe Croft on the shelf.
140. Sean McGuirk, 72.
His doubles are very, very good in this match, 50%.
52.
Not quite there. It shouldn't have been hitting the flight on the way through. Another ton plus checkout chance, but this one does not yield a shot at tops.
37.
This to put himself a leg away from the match, a leg away from being in the semi-final, and eliminating Joe Croft. No problems, no mistakes.
Sean
He's been good on his doubles here. Sean McDonald, 3 from 6. Joe Croft needs to raise it, but the advantage he's got here is he only has to break the throw once. But that doesn't look like a guy who feels confident in that task.
I have to agree. He's a very popular player as Joe.
60.
He will have a lot of support in this room and people watching at home. But I think all of those people right now are thinking that this might be a bridge too far.
58.
But if he can respond and win the next 3, that will tell us everything about his character.
96.
Just to give you a bit more information about Sean as well, he did win the Irish Classic back in 2021. And I just want to read the names of the players that he beat en route to that title from the last 32. Neil Duff.
Whoa!
Sean McGowan.
180.
As Joe gets what could be a very valuable maximum. Sean then beat Garrett Gray, Diogo Portela,
95.
and in the final, Josh Rock.
$95.
I think it is crucial, the point that you've already made, Matt, about the fact that Joe needs only one break of throw.
82. Joey requires 70.
But in order to have that opportunity to break, he must do this tidily, which is exactly what he's just done.
Joe Croft. Sixth player gets Sean to throw first. Game on.
His ability to finish matches off in Group C this week, in the middle of the schedule, has been excellent.
28.
When he played against Dan Asprey a couple of days ago, he was 3-2 down. And then he found his best
60.
darts, and there was a finish in that match of 156. He was 2-0 down. He hit it to go 2-1 down. Then after that, he was a completely different player. That biggest finish of the week to date
140.
changed his entire week for me, because his first match on Thursday was awful.
60.
He needs that same feeling of being resolute and believing that he can still get a result here.
43.
Well, McDonald not doing too much damage. He's had scores of 43 and 28 in this leg. Joe Croft, until this point, unable to really take advantage of that.
100.
Not the first treble and the only treble he's found in the leg so far. So it's allowing McDonald to make those mistakes and allowing him to sort of sleepwalk to the line.
100. $99.
You're going to have to remember that phrase because that's so true. Some people have done that in the past. But if you do go to sleep and you can sense that your opponent has lost a little bit of focus,
43.
You've got to pounce on it. If you're Joe right now, you're thinking, I must leave 82 or something in that vicinity. That's better.
34. Sean require 147.
It's a match chance. 3 perfect darts needed.
$40. Joe, you require 48.
There's one double. He needs another. And it's from a different angle than the double 10. But he's decided to go left again.
32. Sean require
Well, this is Sean's chance. His chance to get it done. To guarantee himself a place in the semi-final. And not only that, but he'd take John Worsley with him. He needs a treble. No damage done. Treble still for tops.
That is lethal. And Joe Croft will not make the semi-finals this time. But the Punisher will. And he has taken John Worsley with him. They will have a duel in game number 5 to see who wins the group. But the sole Scotsman here tonight has done a very good job in that match of averaging 87.5, 57% on the doubles. And that is why he's in the semi-finals. Back to Group 2 when we come back. And it will be time to see Kai Gotthardt.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Joe Croft was eliminated, beaten by Sean McDonald, who will join John Worsley in the semi-finals later on this evening. So Joe Croft departs and Adam Lipscombe could very quickly be leaving the competition as well. He has to get the better of Kai Gotthardt in our fourth game of the evening session. A win for the German will mean that the final two group matches will be to see who finishes first and second in their respective groups. But for the German, he has been scintillating at times on debut, but is still searching for that consistency. And early on this evening, I caught up with him. Kai, first week here at the Super Series through to Saturday night. How would you say you've played over the course of this week?
Yeah, I play with good stuff sometimes, but some games was not good. My doubles are not the best this week, but yeah, I'm through to Saturday night, and that's the main thing. I'm happy about it.
Do you feel like you played your best bits when it mattered, and maybe it's just about finding a little bit more consistency?
I can play more consistently, and it was not the best I can play. But yeah, it's a tough thing here. All players are so good. Yeah.
Because you played in the German Super League or the European Super League in the past, the fact that you played in that tournament, did it make adjusting to the round robin and a lot of games in one day just a little bit easier for you?
Yeah, it is. There are also like 5 or 6 games a day, and yeah, it's good.
Saturday night, different dynamic in front of a crowd. How much are you looking forward to playing in front of them?
Oh, I want to play for a crowd. It's the best thing for me. Yeah, and let's see what's happened. Have a good evening, and yeah.
And just finally, you've had plenty of highlights this year on the Pro Tour, on the Challenge Tour, across various circuits. But would this be a real highlight if you could pick up the trophy this evening?
Yeah, it would be great, but all players are so good players, and yeah, it's a tough group, and let's see.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Kai. Good luck.
Thank you.
First,
it's a double 16.
Downs. And he finishes with an absolute
double 16. 14 darter.
He could have lost this match by 4 legs to 1.
Put himself 4 points clear of third place. A special performance from Kai Gotthardt, the first ton plus average of the week. It's been a very good debut week for Kai Gotthardt, and he'd be hoping that the light at the end of the tunnel will see him lift the trophy in a few hours' time. His first assignment, Adam Lipscombe, the local hero here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, in need of a win to keep himself in the race for the semi-finals. Watching this one in commentary, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Adam Lipscombe really needs to perform in this game. And this man from Esslingen in southwest Germany has performed very valiantly over the last 5 days. He's had to do things the hard way because he's had 25 matches leading into his first Saturday night here. And this is his first evening session as well.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on!
Adam doesn't win. He doesn't go through to the semi-finals. And I'm going to say it again. He has been given the harder of the two groups. He was hit hard in the first leg against Shane McGuirk. Will Gotthardt do something similar?
I really rate Shane McGuirk this week. I think he's played fantastic. He's done well tonight. The average maybe not as reflecting on the back of the match starts he's missed, but he's looked like the favourite for me, which means
30.
This head-to-head clash could decide for what I believe is the second place in this group.
60.
That's a fair assumption. But this is a much better start from Adam. He needed to use having the throw
60.
to its full
Adam,
potential from the off.
61.
The last thing he needed to do was to go behind immediately, and from this position you don't expect him to.
59.
Well, only a maximum here would get Kai Gotthardt down to a finish. He's not going to do that, so Lipscombe's got time.
43.
Gotthardt said his doubles was causing him troubles this week, but right now it's the trebles.
Ooh. That was a bit lazy. He threw that dart somewhat impetuously.
78.
At least he's got that buffer on the score sheet so he can put it right. But you can't make mistakes like that
58.
on a Saturday night too many times.
24. No score.
He will return, but not getting rid of this leg very quickly won't do his confidence a great deal of good.
90. Adam, you require.
Might want to finish it
24.
now. Things are getting edgy.
12. Kai, you require.
Gotthardt hits this.
120.
This hurts.
This would be a steal.
Oh, that
Game
stings.
shot the first leg. Kai Gotthardt.
You've got to put these people away. They're not here on Saturday
Second
night
leg,
for
it's
nothing.
Kai to throw first.
It's because they have done shots like that most of this week. And right now, that guy is feeling very, very hollow.
60.
I was surprised Kai Gotthardt even got to the point where he's on a finish in the leg. Never mind actually winning the leg.
140.
A good response from Lipscombe. As we've said before, and we'll continue to say, it's not all about everything going your way and all the positive things. Sometimes what really defines you, what stands out the most, is how you react to those negative moments.
140.
Got plenty of people in tonight supporting Adam. In fact,
59.
we've got people in tonight from all over the UK. And a couple of people from outside of Europe.
140.
Nothing wrong with the 140 column, that's for sure. Just before the end of leg 2,
Adam, you require 81.
Adam's already got 5 140 plus scores. But how many
49.
legs is he going to have?
142. $98. Adam, you require 32.
Can't mess around this time. And he
Game
doesn't.
shot the second leg.
Much
Adam
better.
Lipscombe.
Keeps getting to the double first.
The leg, it's Adam to throw first.
From this point on,
Game
he's going to
on.
have to be brilliant. The only thing he's probably thinking about right now is winning this game of darts. Not about winning it by a certain margin. Because if he wins and McGuirk beats Gotthardt, it means he will be in the semi-finals.
Interesting shot there, wasn't he? Really struggled to settle and get his composure to throw, and also breaking that composure in the
97.
middle of the throw as well. Talk about the advantage of having the support. Sometimes it can also become a little bit distracting, and sometimes you even get to the point where you sort of play up to it a little bit.
41.
Very rarely in my career did I have many people supporting me.
140.
That was on purpose. If a lot of people here are supporting Adam and it spurs him on and it makes him better, I'm all for it. But if for some reason they don't make him better, maybe them being here is not a good thing.
$46. Adam, you require 151.
People like support in different ways, don't they? Certainly all the way down to your local level, you'll always have that guy who's screaming and shouting every single shot. But when I'd go up, I'd always be like, can you not do that when I'm playing? I don't need a reaction to every 3 darts.
Sounds like one of your TikTok videos.
100. Adam, you require 96.
Making note of it as we speak.
Double 18.
Game shot the third leg. Adam Lipscombe.
That's more like it. A 17 darter, and I hate to say it, he could be 3-0 up. But it feels as if he's got Kai Gotthardt at the right time.
140.
Only once this week has Kai averaged under 80. Yes, that's once out of 25 games. He said he hasn't played his best darts this week. But very rarely this week has he played poorly.
He was so reserved, wasn't he, in that interview? Almost talking down his prospects this evening.
125. 140.
There was a bit of extra sauce on that third dart. That had some shoulder. That had some wrist. That had a bit of everything.
85. McGuirk 124.
Here comes the German fight back.
84.
Well, the one thing that has worked for Kai on the one occasion
82.
is tops.
McGuirk 40.
1 dart or double, 1 dart hit. It doesn't continue, but the functionality does. When he comes to the hockey with a chance to win the leg, he is.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
He is zipping around that stage now, isn't he? It's like he's got ice skates on.
90.
I think this game is massive for Gotthardt. If he loses this match, he does run a huge risk of not making the semi-finals.
He's got a very tough game on his side, hasn't he? Shane McGuirk sat waiting in the back to take him on, who is statistically the player of the week so far.
55.
And that's on pretty much every single metric and every single statistic that we've got in front of us.
97.
He's not going to get the darting albatross from 350, but he's still competitive in the leg.
81.
Bad deflection leaves him on a horrible number. He's got to look at the bullseye. All the 18s. That'll do. He was thinking clearly.
57 left.
17 will lead tops.
93. McGuirk 167.
This is a step up from a 120. And he doesn't step up to leave himself on the bullseye.
131. Adam, you require 40.
Without hesitation. Straight in.
On the fifth leg. Adam Lipscombe.
He is fighting for every leg he can get. If he gets one more in this game, he still has a very doable chance of making the semi-finals, but it will not be in his hands if that's the case.
59.
If it's not in your hands, though, and you're looking at the lineup tonight, who would you pick to be the player that goes in to represent you in the final game?
Do I even need to answer that? It's the most obvious rhetorical question of the night.
180.
The reaction of the crowd for the German player compared to the English home-grown player.
45.
My word, I think Kai knows he's on away ground now. He is the 10th German to have played at the Modus Super Series this
13.
week. He's looking to become the 3rd German champion with Lukas Wenig and René Adams.
100.
We still haven't had a German series winner. But to have a chance at that, he must win tonight.
100. 125. McGuirk 149.
6 darts from 149. Keep it simple. Get into 2-dart territory here.
57.
Only just, though. Adam might sense an opportunity to get the win in 6 legs instead of 7.
57. McGuirk 192.
Goes aggressive. Will not
52.
get a dart here. Lipscombe has an opportunity to get it done.
Double 19.
76. McGuirk 40.
That was different. Double 10.
20.
As we say in this sport,
Adam,
you left it.
38.
You didn't go 17 for tops. You left double 19. He's missed quite a few darts at double in this match now. It's 10 missed.
20.
The majority of them in the first leg of the contest, which he lost. And he might lose this one too.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Kai Gotthardt.
1 leg shootout for Lipscombe. If he loses this one,
Final leg, it's Adam to throw first.
he
Game
will
on.
fall at this hurdle. And Gotthardt will go through with McGuirk.
If that is the case,
100.
will we then question decision making?
Look at the 130 plus column. 2 treble visits in this game have not been a problem.
46.
But the doubles, they have.
60.
Slightly more efficient for Kai. But I think they tell a somewhat skewed story.
100.
Because if you take leg 1 out, it's a lot better than that.
140.
This game has settled down now. It's almost a shame that it's only best of 7. This would have been an intriguing best of 19.
92. Adam, you require 116.
Can he get across the line to stay alive? Double top. He's already hit this week at a key moment.
96. Kai, you require 150.
This, to eliminate Lipscombe, it's not going to go. Lipscombe got 3 darts in his hand. 3 opportunities to keep his hopes alive.
20.
He's still alive, but only just. And Kai Gotthardt is now going to have to beat Shane McGuirk. There's a lot of people out there who think that Lipscombe might have just made the semi-finals, but don't get too far ahead of yourself. There's still plenty of time to go before we get to that Gotthardt and McGuirk battle in game number 6, because now we look at the shootout to see who wins group number 1.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Adam Lipscombe hang on to his chances of making it through to the semi-finals, but just a 4-3 victory against Kai Gotthardt has put him onto 2 points in the group. Next up for us, Sean McDonald up against John Worsley. Both of these players have qualified for the semi-finals. This fifth match of the evening is to show up who is going to be top of Group 1. Watching this one in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. It's time to see who wins the group and who has the darts in the first semi-final. I think sometimes it's a key thing that you are in Group 1 and you are in this shootout scenario where you haven't got a clue who you will play next. You can solely focus on who you're playing right now and you know exactly what's at stake. You know the benefits, you know the drawbacks of defeat, and if you can stay undefeated, your confidence will grow.
Game on!
Sean McDonald did a very good job against Joe Croft in game number 3.
115.
And that was the best performance we've seen so far in this group. We've spent a lot of time over the course of the night and the last couple of days talking about Gotthardt and McGuirk and Worsley. Did that performance show you, Matthew Edgar, that McDonald has enough in the tank to possibly sneak the win tonight?
96.
I think the big question is, did it make Sean McDonald believe? Because
45.
I'm not fully convinced he does. I think this is a see how far I can get mission, get myself ready for the World Masters next week mission. I don't think he's coming here going, I'm going to win this week.
180.
And I don't know at what point that starts to change to the point where he goes, I now start to believe it.
Can I play devil's advocate, though? Because you and I both know Gary Anderson pretty well. When he does interviews, he just sweeps things away. Yeah, I'll just play my darts and see how it goes.
78.
It might be a Scottish trait of not giving anything away.
Are you trying to tell the viewers that maybe he practices more than he says he does?
Of course he does. You and I both know he does.
41. Sean require.
There's nothing wrong with telling a few fibs in interviews. We've all done it. And Sean McDonald has just taken the lead.
Sean McDonald.
That could have been a 12 darter. It turns out to be a 15.
Game on.
And as the night goes on, he might be a bit more dangerous than we think. But if we may go back to 2021, we've already done it once with Sean when he won the Irish Classic.
140.
That was in November of 2021. Earlier in that year, he actually won on a Saturday night in our previous studio. I know that was a very different time, a very different setting, but it was still a win in this format.
97.
We have some people from County Durham in the crowd tonight,
100.
making their pilgrimage to the Modus Super Series. And there's a certain Killian McCormick in the crowd tonight, sticking around to, I'm sure, support Shane McGuirk.
58.
Now there for me is the difference in players' mentality of where they are. We know Joe Croft went home.
93.
Clearly didn't book accommodation. Killian clearly expected to be here on the Saturday night.
$96.
Nice response from Worsley here.
100. Johnny require 110.
I think John will feel quite fortunate that he doesn't have to win this match.
Game.
But he's won that
shot,
leg
the
with a
second
ton plus
leg.
check out.
John Worsley.
John's got fans. Of course he's got
The
fans. They
leg
all
short
have.
to throw first. Game on.
What do you call a fan of a womble?
A wombler.
79.
I can't come up with anything better than that, so we're going to run with it.
97.
There's a possibility that these two can meet in tonight's final if they both win their semis.
85.
The same could be said of the next game. If Kai and Shane both make the semis, we could get the return fixture.
58.
It even happened the night of the Series 7 final when Cam Crabtree played against Andreas Harrison twice. Andreas won them both.
140. $177.
As impressive as that is, it doesn't leave a finish. And for about 4 seconds, Sean McDonald was still favoured for the leg.
42.
But he might not be anymore.
Likely to come downstairs here.
99.
Those darts are still
Sean
going in
require 155.
at different angles every time.
Yeah, they're kicking, aren't they? I'll be hoping they're hitting here because a chance for him to break the throat.
John, you
Big
require
opportunity.
70.
His love for double 16 has not lasted long.
30.
And as he goes back to tops, he doesn't collect. Very fair game, this. Both averaging 89.
Game, Sean the third.
But flip those numbers around
Sean
and you get a
McDonald.
98 check out to take a 2-1 lead.
Full flag, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Third time on a Saturday night here in Portsmouth. And he looks very comfortable.
140.
Some people do put themselves under too much pressure when it comes to this place. I just get the feeling that Sean has a bit of perspective when it
93.
comes to pressure. And he doesn't feel like this is a pressure environment anymore for him.
140.
I believe that they are the furthest travelling fans of the night. 6 hours from home they've come to Portsmouth to see tonight.
140.
That is commitment.
Well, you keep saying it's a bucket list location, somewhere you've got to tick off.
41.
Tonight's the night for those.
Imagine if you came here the first night that Littler won and you said to yourself, I was there when he did that. What if somebody does something huge tonight?
58.
For instance, if somebody hits the first 9 darter on a Saturday night in Portsmouth, you could say you were there.
You just never know when them stories are going to present themselves again, aren't they?
82.
When you think about, like, say, the Luke Littler story, who's going to be the next person to move through and go on to the tour? It wasn't that long ago we had the likes of Gian Van Veen on this stage, Scott Williams, the man who reached the
60.
semi-final of the
Require
World
98.
Championship.
What about Andy Hamilton getting his first weekly title last week? That was a big story. John can't return the favour on the 98 checkout.
58. Sean, you require 150.
Down for the 19s. Needs more. Needs double 18.
132. John, you require.
He knows that wasn't close. How close can this be? He's hit shots from this angle already this week. This is more awkward than other shots.
20. Sean, you require 18.
He looks very assured. And one more leg will put the Punisher at the top of group number 1.
Well, you asked me at the start of the game if I believed in Sean McDonald as a prospect now moving forward in this tournament on the evidence of what we saw from game 1 where
46.
he had that 4-2 victory over Joe Croft. And I said, I don't think it's about us. I think it's about does Sean McDonald believe it? Because until now, I'm not convinced he did.
87.
However, the whole demeanour at the moment about Sean McDonald seems to be one that's forgetting about the lack of match preparation, the lack of match practice, and he's running with something very strong here. I did say, didn't I, yesterday, I believe, and I stand by that statement, that I think he will get better day by day. And we're seeing evidence of that here.
140.
His best average in Group B over the last couple of days was in a defeat. 90.28.
79.
Everything else had a spread of about 6 to 7 points, from the high 70s to the mid 80s. But that best statistical performance, albeit in a defeat, it came in his last game of last night.
140. Johnny Buck 134.
How does a Womble get out of a corner? $134 would do it. Double 16. That's how a Womble gets out the corner.
Fifth leg, John Worsley. Sixth leg, it's John to throw first.
I think even John was quite surprised at hitting that.
Game on.
His biggest finish of this week
100.
was 144. It was a finish that galvanised his day earlier in the week after a somewhat ropey start.
96.
That may be something that John can cling to for the rest of the night. And look what's happening now. $140. This place has gone fairly quiet. And I think with the next game as well, things will be just as quiet. Because everybody in here supporting Adam Lipscombe, they need to understand what has to happen for him to make the Final Four.
100.
It's incredibly simple. Kai Gotthardt needs to win his match to make the semis.
145. John Buck 161.
If Shane wins, Adam goes through. And if Sean hits 160, he will win the group. But how well has he done to leave this number?
37. Sean require 160. $58. John require 24.
Brilliant contest. Brilliant standard. Seventh leg. Yes.
Sean the sixth leg. John Worsley.
Both averaging mid-90s.
Seventh and final leg. It's Sean.
The doubles are very impressive too. But a one-leg shootout to see who gets the darts in the semi-finals and who will have the longer break as well.
93.
You win, you go into semi-final 1, which is a one-game break. You lose, you go into semi-final 2. You get the longer break, and you do not get the darts.
That could be a big factor as well when we see how many games this week across all the groups have gone the distance and gone 4-3. You really do want the advantage of throwing first if you get to that 3-3 scenario.
60.
You might be asking yourself why Sean McDonald didn't start in the 18s. It's because of where John sits right now. But that deficit is shrinking.
140.
You might need the 19s to get to a finish here, Sean. I'm really glad he's got the nickname The Punisher, you know.
139.
Because in this day and age, somebody would probably call him the Sheep.
$99. Sean, it require 130.
He hasn't been sheepish in this game. He's been very good. This is the best he's played all week.
99. John, it require
He has now missed a dart to win this match.
We need to gone for that on the evidence of what we saw from Worsley on the 1-3-4. He's not going to scare that one. But he can bring it down. But what he can't do is he can't stop McDonald here from getting what we expect to be 2 match darts.
31.
Does he put it away? He does. It's the Punisher from Scotland who wins the group. And John Worsley will have to settle for second spot. But the former weekly winner, he's in the semi-finals, and that is the main thing. But he won't have the advantage of throw in the second semi-final. It's time to find out who's going to join Sean McDonald and John Worsley in the final 4 in week 4.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are about to complete the pool stage matches here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for the German, Kai Gotthardt, in your picture there, it is must-win territory. A 4-3 defeat to Adam Lipscombe in his opening match means that a defeat to Shane McGuirk will mean the man from Portsmouth heads through. However, flip the coin the other way, any win for him will see him in at the expense of Baby Boy. Shane McGuirk is safely into the semi-finals from 10. Watching this one in the commentary box, it is Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Curiously, as the guys on the stage finish their practice darts, the section of the crowd that is all for Joe Croft seemed to have disappeared because the man from Cheshunt has been eliminated. But I wouldn't be surprised if part of the Adam Lipscombe fan club have disappeared as well. Because if they were sitting in the crowd, Matthew Edgar, they'd be dieting on fingernails.
Game on!
What they want right now is a win from the Irishman. If he delivers it, he will take Lipscombe through to the Final Four.
45.
But I question one thing with Kai Gotthardt in that opening performance. Something I've not really questioned on him all week. Composure.
59.
Didn't seem to have too much of it in that opening game. There was a couple of erratic darts, signs of stress at times. Something that even in Group A, when he wasn't getting the results, didn't seem to be there. It was just that he wasn't winning the matches. But
60.
Visibly in the opening game, struggling at times.
Might be for a couple of reasons.
140.
One, he's playing his first Saturday night and he might be just a bit apprehensive. Secondly, if you look at how many games he's played this week compared to everybody tonight, he's played so many more. He's the only person here tonight who's played 2 groups this week. In all my time sitting in these chairs, I can't remember ever seeing that before. Because Kai's played 25 games.
100.
The next most games played by anybody this week is John Worsley at 15. I wouldn't be surprised if he's a little bit tired.
Shane, you require 142.
$75 left.
84. Kai, you require
Chance
60.
for Kai. Not going to move because he didn't need to.
Game shot on the first leg.
Oh, look at that menacing look. That one is worthy of Cobra Kai.
Game on.
That is what he was missing in that opening game, that little bit of aggression. And I suppose in the last
60.
match, when he did lose to Adam Lipscombe by 4 legs to 3, he knew he had this game, and sometimes having the extra life and having the extra opportunity,
100.
you don't try to not put 100% in, but sometimes you just have something a little bit in reserve.
100.
He doesn't want to come all this way and fall at the first hurdle of a Saturday night.
57.
Just getting here was a really good accomplishment. By the way, that wouldn't have been a bad nickname for him.
60.
Cobra Kai Gotthardt. But we've already got some Cobras in darts. Jelle Klassen of the Netherlands.
94.
And Stuart Coburn of Australia, who played at the World Series event in Wollongong this year.
Would you also associate Jeffrey Deswan with the Cobra?
Indeed, he's a black Cobra.
100. $58.
The margin of victory doesn't matter in this fixture. And the reason that Shane is through already is because he beat Lipscombe by a margin.
95.
Even if he was to lose 4-0,
41.
he'd still have 2 points and a better leg difference than Adam. 88.
33.
Big chance for Kai.
Kai, you require 97.
Doesn't get a shot at a double.
79. Shane, you require.
It's an interesting leave.
8.
That's a beautiful guide.
Game show on the second leg. Shane McGuirk.
I said there was a chance tonight that our
The
final
leg is
2
Kai
games
to
in the
throw
groups
first. Game
could be the final. If Kai wins this, there is a possibility he could meet Shane in the final tonight.
180.
Using it in its most simplistic terms,
100.
all Kai Gotthardt needs to do is hold his throw. Doesn't need to find a breaker throw. He's got that advantage already. And he is driving it home here in leg 3. 5 big power trebles with his opening 6 darts. As Shane McGuirk will know, because he's been doing that to other people. It's hard to even go an opportunity. Never mind find a break.
100.
One of the reasons why these two were fancied by the both of us and others to be the 2 favourites tonight is because they've been averaging over 90 more in games than anybody else. That works out in the end. You missed the single, but he doesn't hesitate in trying to put it right. He looks more mean now than at any point this week. He's turning into a different animal.
He's hulking up.
58.
If he starts turning green, I'm going to start running.
140.
And when it comes to 90-plus averages so far this week, Kai's got 9 out of 25 games coming into Saturday night. But that is what Shane has done better than anybody here over the last few days.
57.
He's got 5 90-plus averages out of 8 coming in tonight. But the one thing they've got in common, it's the range of performance from top to bottom. McGuirk, a difference of 20.91 points from best to worst.
59.
Gotthardt, 20.98. So in that regard, they're very similar. It's just a question of what we get from them. Is it one of their better games or one of their worst games?
$95.
First down to a finish on the Shane McGuirk throw. McGuirk looking to leave it handy.
140.
Leaves it perfectly.
150.
Shots on. Can he do what McDonald couldn't?
130.
I think it's pretty much the same last dart as well.
Shane, you require
In
36.
regards to the distance to the double, Shane McGuirk, same target. Tricky, but not for Shane. Good delivery.
Shane McGuirk.
The battle still goes on, and the hope is still alive for Adam Lipscombe.
We've definitely got some Shane fans out there.
57.
Unless that's Killian McCormick making all that noise.
$95.
I don't see either player relenting here. If you're Shane, you might think he's already through.
80.
He's fine. Oh no, he doesn't want to lose tonight. He wants to win 4 games and walk away with the trophy.
100. $45.
We could have a situation where in the semi-finals there's only one player who has won both their games. And that could be Sean McDonald.
99.
That in itself is a big rarity.
Engaging shoulder
40.
at the moment, Kai Gotthardt.
Couldn't agree more. He's starting to shove, isn't he?
Just a little bit of rotation coming in there as well. Maybe now the
94.
importance of the situation. We know that Shane McGuirk is through. So he's playing with freedom and just trying to top the group.
59. Shane, you require 113.
Treble 19. Not found.
89.
But that is. And Kai can't do anything about what happens next.
140.
He may need
Shane
to win the last
McGuirk,
two legs
24.
of the group stage to get to the final four.
Game
Which is
on
exactly the
fifth
case.
leg. Shane McGuirk.
And he has to do it against the top performing player of the week.
Sixth leg, it's Shane to throw first.
Who we have
Game
spoke about so many times about how good he is when he's got the darts, opening with 2 and 3 treble visits, and he's doing it again.
140.
And he wanted more. That's what I like about McGuirk.
140.
Just isn't enough for him. He wants greatness.
Are you saying that you don't believe
41.
that he wants to win just a couple of games at Lakeside? And just to see how each game goes when it comes to the Modus Super Series?
43.
When he woke up this morning, one of his first thoughts would have been, I want this to be my day.
$81.
The grasping of the darts out the board like that,
$94.
that's the sign of someone who wants to get on with it.
Kai is hanging in though. And he's there should Shane McGuirk make a mistake.
134.
Now the pressure is at its highest.
134.
And he responds.
Shane McGuirk, 105.
But as he put away, not yet.
89.
It's survival
Kai
time.
McGuirk, 90.
Where does Kai go? He needs to recover. Can he do it? This time he can. And Kai Gotthardt's got some fire.
Kai Gotthardt.
What a shot. What a
Seventh
brilliant
final
shot.
leg,
Not
it's
just the
tied to
context
throw
of the moment, but how the
Game
shot
on.
happened as well. Dart 1 going off that 20 line eliminated the possibility of using the ball and forced him to throw 2 perfect darts to keep his hopes alive of qualification to the semi-final.
137.
We are learning something about Kai right now. He's performed on a few different tours this year, but when his back is against the wall,
52.
he's got something to deliver. That was, without a shadow of a doubt, the best shot he's had all week.
60.
We're in times for Adam
44.
Lipscombe, who was hoping for a Shane McGuirk win. And that's a guy who knows the importance of the situation right now.
Shane's not a happy bunny because he's falling further behind.
180.
He's keeping the Irish contingent very quiet. And since he left himself on 90, the question marks have been in the air. Can you do it when the pressure is at its highest? Apparently he can.
42.
That's a slip. Constantly kissing that item on the stage,
58.
which is from his daughter.
Kai McGuirk,
Can he use
82.
the motivation of his family to make his way through to the semis? Tops. He's given himself the chance. Can he walk through the door?
Game shot in the match. Kai Gotthardt.
Shane is cutting the figure of someone who hasn't made it to the semi-finals. But they're both through, and Adam Lipscombe has fallen at the group stage. What an interesting battle that was. Gotthardt wins by 4 legs to 3. And I've got some better news for you, Shane. You've won the group, and you will be playing in semi-final number 2. Gotthardt will have a short break, and we'll come back to play against McDonald in the first semi-final.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat.
What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where our group stage matches have been completed. The asset Paul Nicholson joins me here in the studio to assess what we have seen so far. The group stage matches have come to its culmination. This is what we have seen. These are the results from tonight's session so far. John Worsley and Sean McDonald, they made their way through Group 1. Joe Croft not picking up a win there, whilst on Group 2, you can see every single result going on the left-hand side of the bracket. It's Shane McGuirk and Kai Gotthardt who have made it through, and so the hometown hero, Adam Lipscombe, misses out on a place in the semi-finals. As I say, the asset is alongside me here in the studio. Let's go in chronological order. We'll begin with Group 1. Let's kickstart by talking about Sean McDonald. Considering he's played next to nothing in terms of darts in 2024, this hasn't been a bad week so far, has it?
Not bad at all. I think if you look at how things went for him on Thursday, it wasn't great, but he was able to finish with a win to get on the board. Since then, he's been climbing tables, it seems like every hour. And in the end, he did have to sweat it to see if he'd made it through to the Saturday finals. But now that he's here, he is finding a sharper range, and he's looked very composed on the stage.
Once you do start playing more matches after a long time away, does it just begin to click back into gear for yourself?
Yeah, I think so. Sean is someone who can play week in, week out, and he can look after himself, do the right things, and make sure that he's got ultimate energy for when he plays. But let's not underestimate just how much he might not be telling us. His preparation for this, I am sure, was good enough to compete this week, even though he might not say that. He's a very crafty individual. And we had a chat in the commentary box with Matt Edgar about Scottish people maybe not telling us every single thing. But tonight, he deserves to win that group because he was the best player, he was the most consistent, and he held it together.
In terms of John Worsley, what would be your assessment of his evening so far?
It was good enough to get through to the semi-finals, but you can see the vulnerabilities. We talked on Monday, you and I, Matt and I have spoken over the last few days about John, and there are vulnerabilities still. So it's just a case of whether they show up in the semi-finals or not. If they do, people can take him out.
Having a look at Group 2, we'll kick off with Shane McGuirk. He's top of that group. He won that group, but you actually saw him there on the stage when he lost that game to Kai Gotthardt. It looked like he felt like he was out of the competition. If that's how he feels, how does he pick himself up for the semi-finals?
Well, I think that sometimes in group scenarios, people want to go up there and they want to win every match. And in doing that, you can get lost in the scenario. He might not be talking to the players' marshal. He might not be talking to the other players. He might be in his little focused box in that practice room just doing his own thing. And in the scheme of doing that, he might have lost sight that he was already through before that match even started. He did cut the figure of somebody who thought he needed to win that match to get through. It turns out he didn't, but he did enough to win the group.
How good, though, was he, particularly at the start of that game against Adam Lipscombe?
It was crucial, wasn't it? Because if he didn't have that, he could have easily lost in his quest to make the semi-finals. Shane is a very, very good player. And the ups and downs of a Saturday night, they really do come to the fore. But he's shown some good stuff tonight. Great scoring, really great start as well, getting what could have been a 10-dart leg in the first leg of his night. It's there. Now that he's in the semi-finals and it's knockout darts, he doesn't have to hide anymore. He's just got to go up there and win. And if he loses, this time he will be out.
Even though they're the hardest games to play in terms of the opponents you face, are they easiest in terms of the fact that you just know it's a knockout element? You don't have to think about anything else other than the game in hand?
Yes, and there are a lot of people who come here and like the format of round-robin stuff, A, C, B, whatever you want to do, and particularly the group stage on a Saturday night, it's as small as we get. But if you think about what they play outside of these walls, it's knockout darts pretty much all the time. And that's what they've cut their teeth on over the last few seasons. So when it gets to this stage, they know exactly what to expect.
In terms of Kai Gotthardt, are we learning as the week goes on that he is a player that when push comes to shove, when the pressure is on, he comes up with the goods?
We do now. We've seen this from Gotthardt on the Pro Tour. He's made the last 16 this year, taking out some really big names. But if you look at how he's behaved all week long, he's held this emotion in all week. And when he needed some reserves, especially after playing 26 games leading up to that against McGuirk, those reserves were there. If he'd done that in Group C, and maybe in his first match tonight, I don't think he's got enough energy left. He needed everything that he had, and it just got him over the line. It was very impressive.
And just quickly, in terms of the semi-finals and the 4 players that are in it, is there a clear-cut favourite at this point in time?
No, I don't think there is. Gotthardt has got fire in his belly all of a sudden. He might be really hard to stop from this point. As far as McGuirk is concerned, he's probably thinking, after that game, am I out? No, I'm in. And now that he will level himself out, at least he's got a little bit of time before the second semi-final to figure that situation out. Whereas Gotthardt can just ride the wave because he's got minimal time between the group stages and the semis.
It's going to be such an interesting remainder to our evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But week 5 gets underway on Monday morning from 9:30, and some big hitters enter the fray here at the Live Lounge.
Double 14. Absolutely wonderful finish.
16, steps back, has a good look, and nails it for a 3-0 win.
Double. For a 4-3 victory on her debut.
James, you require 170.
The fish. Preposterous. Possible. Nailed.
Game shot on the 5th leg. James
Richardson.
Done it once today. And there is nothing sweeter than a repeater for Paul Hogan.
Another. For tops. But he does not like the lie. He has to move across. Oh, what a find! Some big names in action for Monday morning, and we're hoping to go bunting mental here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're joined alongside Stowe Bunce, who's made the journey from Portsmouth, Virginia, over to Portsmouth, UK to play at the Modus Super Series next week. Stowe, great to have you here at the Modus Super Series. You're here tonight having a little bit of a look around the surroundings. What's been your first impressions of the place?
Oh, I love it. The venue is amazing. The crowd, the people, all the staff, it's amazing. It's a good experience. It's actually when we first sat down earlier in the little mist or fog, everything. Oh, it was kind of cool. It was very cool.
How much are you looking forward to playing here next week?
I'm looking really forward to playing here. I'm a little nervous, a little excited, a little antsy. I just want to get on a board and throw. So.
Let's talk a little bit about yourself, because last year was a real breakthrough year for yourself. Played at the Grand Slam, played at the World Championship. What were those experiences like?
Oh, amazing. Amazing, first and foremost. Again, nervy, exciting, a little bit of everything. It was a great experience. I was scheduled to be here for last year, and unfortunately I qualified for Wolverhampton, which overlapped a little bit.
Very selfish.
So thank you, Modus, for understanding and appreciating the fact that I qualified. And then I went to Wolverhampton, and I did okay. And I kind of rode a wave at the end of last year, and this year's been a little rough. I think I put a little more expectation on myself than I should have, but I'm ready. I'm ready to compete again, so I like it.
And just finally, what do you reckon you can add to the Modus Super Series? What can we expect to see from Stowe Bunce next week?
I don't think I can add anything to this great venue. If I could contribute anything, is definitely just another North American player coming over here, showcasing the talent that we have over there that sometimes doesn't get a chance or an opportunity to come over here. So if I can do anything, I'm hoping to showcase some more talent from North America.
Well, we're looking forward to watch you play. So thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for popping up for a quick chat as well. Really do appreciate it. And we'll see you Monday morning.
Henry, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Stowe, thank you so much. And so to the semi-finals we go here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we're going to see whether the Punisher can cross the finishing line and qualify for his first Champions Week. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
He does. It's the Punisher from Scotland.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is time to meet the semi-finalists. Would you welcome to the stage from Aberdeen in Scotland, the Punisher, Sean McDonald, and from Germany, the Tunnel, Kai Gotthardt.
From the court side to the nosebleeds, yeah, they love it. I'm winning, get buckets from the first in and the last out, see me coming.
And so to our first semi-final we go. It's the Sean McDonald take on Kai Gotthardt. It's a meeting between Scotland and Germany here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A place in the final is at stake for one. And watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
It's time for knockout darts. And Sean McDonald comes into the semi-finals as the only undefeated player of the final four tonight. Who picked that? Because if you did, you might know more about darts than we do. But Kai Gotthardt, who valiantly fought his way through Shane McGuirk in that final group game, has now got a chance to make the final. Something that very few Germans have ever done. A great climax to the group stage. And Sean's been through for a while, but we can't ignore
Sean to throw first.
just how much better he's playing tonight than he has the last couple of days. He's averaging 90.1 for the night. 47% on the doubles. And if he can replicate that, he will stand a chance tonight.
One thing he's never lacked is composure. Even on day one when he came in here and said, I haven't been playing much darts.
60.
He still had that sort of aggressive streak within his nature and within his game. And now it's starting to come through with a little bit more rhythm, a little bit more pace. And certainly making a statement on the dartboard, and the players will be very well aware of what the levels are that Sean McDonald has produced so far this evening. But the big thing here is Kai Gotthardt plays better and has played better when he plays with pace. Sean McDonald's not exactly as slow as he once was, but I don't think he's going to allow Gotthardt to get into that stride that he thrives in.
I think that's a brilliant point. We also have 2 semi-finals. And trust me when I say this, this does not happen often at all.
Kai require 160.
Looking at the 2 semis, Sean has not played Kai this week.
105.
Shane hasn't played John this week. In a week that is involved with so many different intricacies and 104 games, to have 2 games at the end where they haven't played each other at all is ridiculous.
52.
Just goes straight what we've been saying all week, doesn't it? How tight this week's been and how tight these groups have been. McDonald could lose the throw at the earliest possibility here. Still not down to a double. Kai Gotthardt will ensure that he doesn't get down to a double in the opening leg.
Let's try and paint a picture as to what the ideal end to 2024 could be for Kai. Winning tonight, step 1. Step 2, win what used to be called the German Super League
81.
and get a ticket to Ali Pali. Come back here in early December, win a Super Series title and go to the World Championship for the first time. That would be
26.
the dream scenario.
Not just for Kai, but I think also his bank manager might be a bit happy with that scenario as well.
He's already proven this week that when it comes to a long format of playing many games in a day, he can stand the heat. Meaning this experience, no matter what happens from here, he's going to be one to watch
99.
at the Super League later in the year. As for Sean, this is fabulous
35.
for his sharpness for next week at the World Masters. And what I'll say at this juncture, because we haven't mentioned it, Matt, you're going to the World Masters next week, and everybody here at the Super Series would like to wish you all the best.
Sean McDonald will be there. Shane McGuirk won't be, even though he won a ticket into the event, but I've gone on record, and I'm going to say again, I think the World Masters is going to be much harder to win than Lakeside.
That close to 2-0, and so far Sean has not turned up in this semi-final. He's almost still back in the practice room. But has he woken up now?
180. Kai require.
Seems like he
60.
has with his second 180 of the night. Double 4.
Game shot on the second leg. Kai Gotthardt.
That kind of celebration has been reserved for tonight.
Get Sean to throw first.
2-0 up. And Gotthardt is halfway to the final. I don't mean to
80.
have some sort of play on his name. But quite frankly, we can't ignore it. Because he has got heart.
96.
We've seen it at the end of Game 6. And if he didn't have it, he probably isn't in this game.
58.
Earlier in the week, you wanted to call him the Anvil.
100.
We may be calling him the champion if he continues like this. Just closing this out. McDonald's levels have dropped. Guy Gotthardt is hammering home every single opportunity that's presenting itself, and there's another one presented itself here. A chance for the double breaker throw.
57.
When you're in this position, you just do not take your foot off the gas, especially in best of 7.
96.
There's a lot of people who have been in touch with us over the last couple of years since we came to Portsmouth saying, why don't you make the semi-finals a little bit longer?
96.
Why don't you make the final a bit longer? We understand your feedback, but making it best of 7 makes it more cutthroat.
I like the jeopardy.
58.
I agree.
Kaya require 152.
And there's massive jeopardy for Sean.
92.
There's been a lot of trebleless visits in this leg.
52.
To be 2-1 down, this has got to be perfect. And now the risk of being 3-0 down is a very clear and present danger.
94. Kaya require 60.
Tops.
Game.
He's almost there. And that double break
Gotthardt.
is his.
Full flag, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
It's amazing how the emotions can change. You win both your games in your group
93.
and you're thinking to yourself, this might be my night. And in as little as 7.5 minutes in this semi-final, you can feel crushed.
Well, while we're rewinding the clock, let's rewind it very slightly. In the last 20 minutes, Kai Gotthardt, Shane McGuirk, level game.
140.
90 finish. He hit a treble 1 with the opening dart. He recovered the situation. Treble 17, double 18, took out the 90 finish. It all changed from that moment.
43.
You can literally pinpoint where it was.
$84. $60.
The only result we haven't had tonight is a 4-0. And I've got to be honest, I don't think there's been any point in the last 15 minutes where I thought this was going to be 4-0. I thought this would be 4-3. Either way.
I don't think we've had many scorelines all week of 4-0.
When the week started, massive
87.
opportunity for somebody. Because there's never been a clear favourite. But we do have a finalist, and he's from Germany. He played so well in that semi-final. He got the first leg, and he did not look back. He's got 4 in a row, and now he has a chance to be the 3rd German player to be a Super Series weekly champion. He averages just shy of 90. He has 4 out of 11 on the doubles, and Sean McDonald fails at the semi-final hurdle. We wish him well at the World Masters, but this week will not belong to Sean. So when we come back after the next break, it's going to be the 2nd semi-final where John Worsley will have to try and take out Shane McGuirk.
Very good dart, he's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here and he's...
Definitely not owned.
he thinks it's it.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
We're not giving the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it already. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Double 7 up, sure. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
One of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jay!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw a comprehensive victory for Kai Gotthardt, getting the better of Sean McDonald by 4 legs to 0 to book his place into the final on debut here at the Live Lounge in Port. So it's time now for our second semi-final. It sees Shane McGuirk in action. When he lost his game to Kai, it looked like he thought he was out of the competition, but he's very much in play as he takes on the Womble, John Worsley, to see who is going to face the tunnel in the final.
He doesn't miss this time. And after a brilliant first few legs, he will get a sigh of relief from that one. He got plenty.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the second set of semi-finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage, from the Republic of Ireland, the Arrow, Shane McGuirk, and from Wales, John Worsley.
The Womble and the Arrow go toe-to-toe for a place in the final, and it's all love before first darts, but who is going to have the final word? It's McGuirk against Worsley to face Gotthardt in the final, and in commentary for this is Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks once again, and another semi-final where two players are playing each other for the first time this week. So they haven't got a time at any point over the last 5.5 days where they've been feeling each other out. This will feel like a pure knockout match with very little notice, but one of them is going to get a crack at Kai Gotthardt. Will it be John Worsley, who's played Kai 3 times this week? Or is it going to be Shane, who has just suffered a 4-3 defeat to him at the end of the group stage? We still have Two players who have graced a final before. This is these two. Kai's now in his first final.
First leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on!
But there's only one player left in this tournament this week who has got their fingerprints on the trophy. And that's John Worsley.
And that's probably why he was the favourite before a dart was thrown to go on to win this week. To be the 4th player through to Champions Week. And we've been saying all week the performance has not been there for John Worsley. John Worsley said the same. However, it was there in his last game. Match number 5 of the evening when he'd taken on Sean McDonald. A 1-3-4 finish and an average of 94. So there'll be plenty of positivity from the previous performance to suggest that he's getting better as he gets closer to the finishing line.
He does have to break Shane at some point. And if his scoring turns up, John has a massive problem. There's about 5 points in between their best performances of the week.
58.
But when it comes to knockout darts, there are going to be moments that you have to win.
94.
Over the last 3 weeks, we've seen 2 people add to their weekly tally. Harrison.
41.
Well, he comes here and he just keeps winning. Labanauskas has now got 2 weekly titles. He's coming back before Christmas.
60.
In preparation to go back to Alexandra Palace. And that's what this is all about, isn't it? Win tonight. Get the glory. Get the trophy.
100.
But it's the return
Shane
ticket
144.
to possibly magnify that big check. And this is a bit scratchy at the start from Shane.
66. Johnny Buckwire, 134.
This looks familiar. He took this out in his previous game. And he did it a different way. This time it's 2 double tops.
94. Shane,
He's had a dart to break the Shane McGuirk throw. You feel it's going to be limited chances. Here in the semi-final, McGuirk's going to get a dart at the same target. No, he's not. It's going to be double 10.
Game shot the first leg. Shane McGuirk.
And one thing's for sure. It's a good job he didn't miss the board by throwing that second dart too high.
Game.
It's turned out pretty well. Now he can move on to leg number 2.
He threw that in fear of the treble 20, didn't he? Try stay out the way of the treble, and like you said, fortunate that he still managed to catch the scoring segment.
Considering where it hit, it was right in the middle of that tops. It only needed to be about 5 mil higher, and it was outside the board, and he wouldn't get a shot at a double. But I think you're right. He was throwing it so high to stay away from the bust opportunity.
96.
Whether that was on purpose or not, John's done a very good thing, and it's something we've talked about this week. Leaving numbers after 6 where you can still leave a finish after 9. Let's not forget as well that when Worsley did win his weekly title in week 1 of Series 3, he beat a certain Andy Hamilton in the final.
123.
I'd like to be playing against him again in about 8 weeks.
$99.
Are we going to learn from McGuirk over the next 10 to 12 minutes just how developed he is from the last 6 months?
He's not going to get a dart at tops. A wayward dart on the big number has allowed McGuirk a very similar prospect, just the one treble required for a break opportunity. He should. He does. But he doesn't hit. Worsley, a big, big sigh of relief.
You require 40.
Somebody should get a T-shirt made saying, "Don't miss the big number." That's a beautiful dart from John.
John Worsley.
One of the only players that comes here to Portsmouth with a Modus Super Series shirt on.
Game on.
It almost has the air of a winner's shirt, doesn't it? With the stars on it.
125.
And what would it mean to him to get a second weekly title here tonight? I think he's going to have to find
96.
the best darts he's thrown this week. Not just to make the final, but to win it. Because we do have 3 players left.
28.
And these are the 3 best players of the week. The odds reflected it. The form has reflected it.
But
that visit does not. I had a few friends of mine from Ireland getting in touch this afternoon saying, "Do you think Shane can win tonight?" And I said, in my heart of hearts, I think it's between Kai and Shane.
81.
I think there's going to be a lot of Irish darts fans watching here tonight.
Oh, absolutely. I've mentioned on a few occasions and will continue to do so about my experience of going to Ireland to play darts just a year ago. It was the event that Shane McGuirk won last year over in Killarney, and I have never seen a level of support like I saw for Shane McGuirk and for the other Irish players over there. As soon as a player is out of a tournament, traditionally, they're gone. Straight out the room, straight out the arena.
97.
Not over there. They sit around, they want to see the conclusion.
Trying to leave 60. Great job. Stunning dart there from Worsley.
Require 57.
And that changes the pressure on this shot.
$37. John, you require 60.
He created this chance. He needed some assistance, but now that he's got it, can he take full advantage? Yes, he can.
John Worsley.
I still don't think that Worsley is at the peak of his powers.
John to throw first.
But he's digging so deep
Game on.
to give himself these chances. Losing weight and trying to become the best player that he can possibly be, that deserves our respect.
60.
But still giving himself a chance to win against a very dangerous player without his best darts, that gets more respect.
80.
Well, he's not just give himself a chance, he's kind of took the advantage now. He will now be the favourite because he's got that breaker throw that he's going to need. Sounds simple, 2 holds a throw.
83.
But in short format darts, once you've got that break, you're not far away from the finish line.
Shane has not lost many games this week.
134.
He's only lost 3. Lost to Gotthardt tonight in a brilliant match.
125.
He lost to Tom Lonsdale in game number 4 of Thursday night, and that was a really good game as well. That was 4-3.
140.
He lost to Sean McDonald in game 3 of yesterday. So when he loses, he only loses in 7 legs.
Impressive though from Shane McGuirk. He's had everything his own way so far. He won Group B. He was good in his group earlier on this evening. However,
57.
Losing the advantage of throw, having to dig deep. How is he going to react? He's reacted well here. He's down to a 2-darter after 12.
And he's got a score to settle on this number.
100.
Yet again, Worsley does approach well to
90.
pressurise this out. But this is the shot that Kai took out to take him all the way. Very good.
Shane McGuirk.
We had 4 legs in the first semi-final.
5th leg, it's
We're going to
Shane
get
to
at
George
least
first.
2 more in this one.
Game on.
This is where the adrenaline kicks in and where you want it to stay where it is, if not heighten, for the next 30 minutes.
85.
We're seeing a different side of Shane McGuirk here as well, aren't we? He's coming to life. He's coming animated. He is trying to find the next level in this game.
60.
Hitting shots like that, under that pressure, they build confidence.
180.
And that's something we expect from Shane McGuirk now every single time he's coming on the hockey. 180s, because that has been a real feature of his week so far.
60.
In Group B, he was averaging around 2 per match, wasn't he? If not a little bit more. So far tonight, without his best weapon,
59.
he's still competitive. He's averaging 1 per match tonight. And if he hasn't got that biggest weapon, something else needs to be better. Whether it's the 2 treble department, the doubles have got to be a bit more polished.
59.
Maybe the approach play from over 200 has just got to be a little bit more effective.
Ideal marker there for Worsley. When he's got his darts how he wants them to be. No surprise there to see the next 2 in the treble. Gets himself down to a finish, but McGuirk, first chance to strike, needs a treble. Can't find it.
94.
This is a big ask for Worsley.
160.
He needs to continue hitting the red. It's all got to be red, but that is perfect in the bed. Oh, and just over pictures.
I think it's a good thing that Shane wasn't watching that.
Yeah, it looked inviting,
24.
didn't it?
Double 6 to lead again.
21.
He's knocked on 3 doors and nobody's home.
60.
Yet again, just like Group A, Worsley is dodging bullets. Look at McGuirk in the background.
50. Shane, you require.
There's nothing easy, though, about a 3 finish. There is no room for error.
Great marker.
1.
And he missed the flight that he was trying to hit.
Require. 10.
My word, it's tense in here. The tension is as thick as cheese. Don't hit the flight here, because that'll happen.
No score.
Someone in the practice room right now is loving this.
Shane, you require.
Kai is
2.
saying, you keep doing this. You keep putting yourself through this. I'll see whoever wins in the final.
No score. John, you require.
Who's going to take leg 5? They're both at the top of the board. Both odd number doubles. 2 safe.
No score.
I think he needed to go to the right-hand side to open that bed up.
Yeah, 5 of those 6 darts was nowhere near that double 5. I think you summed it up with too safe, too cautious, worrying about coming inside.
No score.
McGuirk does exactly that.
Require
Very
10.
tense right now.
Yeah, he was too aggressive. Change of plan. It's not in. Dart 3. This time he does go to the right-hand side to open up the bed.
2. Shane, you require 2.
The amount of darts that have been thrown in this leg, it means nothing. The averages mean nothing. It's all about winning the moment.
No score.
And Shane hasn't won this moment just
John,
yet.
you require 8.
Win this leg and the game isn't even over. Double 2.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And believe it or not,
John Worsley.
that is a 29 dart break of throw.
6th leg, it's John to throw first.
I'm not sure Shane appreciated that.
Well, that reaction tells you everything you need to know. I mean, we've always said don't apologise. That is going one step beyond the apology.
That's insisting on a reaction to the apology. And he may have just done something that he wished he hadn't done. He may have just poked the Rottweiler. Let's look on the bright side. This game is ridiculously tense. But we still haven't had any match darts missed.
100.
Any player in that situation in leg 5, you miss all those shots. If you lose the game, you're going to focus on that, aren't you?
58.
Oh, absolutely. But they've both done it. Look where they're sat. 3, 4, 3. So still 9 darts away here. The pair, no one gaining an advantage on the first 6. So the fact that Worsley throwing first is going to be the advantage here. McGuirk needs to hit big. Time is running out.
Judging by how this semi-final has gone, how much of a favourite is Kai Gotthardt for the title now?
You know, every game's very, very different. And just because we're seeing this here doesn't mean we're not going to see 100 average from either player here. They know they're capable of producing so in a final. And sometimes the semi-final is where the nerves start to become, because you've played all week, you've done so well, you've got so far. But yet, you've still not quite got to that big game, and this is the one that sets you up for it. But Worsley there maybe using the 19s a bit too late.
Turns out that board management, somewhat questionable. It hasn't hurt him.
94.
What else could possibly happen in this semi-final?
65. Johnny require 68.
Match dart at double top. John Worsley is back into another final.
John Worsley!
And one of the favourites for the title tonight is gone. It's going to be Wales against Germany against the final in week 4. Womble, by hook or by crook, has made it to the final game of the week. He will go backstage now to do a bullseye shootout with Kai to see who gets the darts in this week's final.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where our final is set here at the Live Lounge in Ports. It's been an intriguing evening's worth of darts. It's been watched in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar. We've seen some primetime entertainment here at the Live Lounge. This is what we've seen this evening. These are the results. Kai Gotthardt in the first semi-final dismantled the Punisher, Sean McDonald, by 4-0, whilst John Worsley got the better of Shane McGuirk by 4-2. That semi-final categorised by a very nervy fifth leg. Worsley will go on to win that, and then the subsequent final leg of that contest to set up a meeting between him and Kai Gotthardt for the title and a place at Champions Week at the beginning of December. As I say, Matt is alongside. Let's talk about the two semi-finals in chronological order and begin with semi-final number 1, where as far as Kai Gotthardt was concerned, that was a job that he did over Sean McDonald.
As far as all the semi-finalists go so far, there's only one player that's turned up, and that was Kai Gotthardt, which is interesting when we look at how the week's gone, when he's sort of looked very nervy, very edgy at times tonight, but in that game really turned it up. Now, one thing we've seen with Kai Gotthardt is we've seen changes in emotion throughout. We've seen changes in pace. When you can get into that pace, when you can stomp around the stage with that same sort of aggression, then that's when we see the best from him. And we saw that from him in that game from the very start. He was celebrating the finishers. He was living every single moment. I think we're going to see that again in the final. And if he can keep up that intensity, that is where he starts to play his best.
We were speaking to Paul Nicholson about it before the semi-finals, the fact that Kai, when push comes to shove, when it comes to the key moments, he seems to be the one that's able to put his foot on the throttle.
He changes. We said in commentary something like you're going into beast mode, I believe it was, and that's what it feels like. There is a complete changing of the whole demeanour. He struggles when he tries to be deliberate. And you get into that mode. You can easily do it. You can go on the stage, go, this is a final. I need to make sure. Let me not rush things. Let me try and be... And then you start trying to place the darts in the board. That doesn't suit Kai Gotthardt. He needs to go up there, throw with passion, throw with purpose, be aggressive, and try and command the stage, because he is quite an imposing figure.
How easier, though, is it said than it is to be done?
It relies on trust. You have to trust and you have to believe. And that's what we're going to find out right now. How much does Kai Gotthardt believe in what he does? How much does he believe in the process that he has practiced all these years for a moment like this? This is why he puts in the hours of practice. This is why he's gone on the tours. This is why he does all those things, to be ready for a moment like this. Does he believe it now?
Well, his opponent in the final is going to be John Worsley. And it's fair to say that semi-final against Shane McGuirk, it was categorised by that fifth leg. Both players missing a multitude at a double, and Worsley was able to win that one. And it just felt like after that, Shane McGuirk had the stuffing knocked out of him, really.
I said we're going to get to find out what Kai Gotthardt believes in. We know for a fact John Worsley doesn't believe. I can tell you for a fact, as someone who knows John and knows how he analyses the game, he will not believe off the back of what has happened so far. He's got to ignore everything that's happened so far. Everything that's happened so far has been John Worsley's C game. At times we've seen the B game. We've never seen the A game. He's got one more game to bring that out. And this is the one to do it. You don't need to do it on a Monday morning. You don't need to do it at the start of a Saturday night. You need to do it at the end of a Saturday night. And how many times we've seen someone dominate a week, and then when it comes to the final game, don't get over the line? He's got over the line many times before in this sort of environment with the high stakes. So he's got to try and find a way to ignore what's happened. The problem for him is he's got a very short turnaround. He's going to get back, quick refreshment, toilet, and it's going to be time to bull up. Then get ready. He's not going to have as much time on the practice board. He's not going to have time to turn this around. So he's going to have to just do this purely on faith.
Because of that, can it make what happened in that semi-final, how he felt at points in that semi-final, almost stew over into the final a little bit?
He's got 10 minutes. I tell you now, the first 2 to 3 minutes will be debriefing what we've just seen. And it won't be a positive debrief. He'll be apologising to Shane McGuirk right now. He'll be saying, Shane, that wasn't very good. I didn't play very good. He'll be speaking to his friends who are down here to support him today and going, I've got to raise it. It will be coming from a negative place. I can guarantee you that. I've spent so many years in practice rooms. I can hear the conversation in my head, what's going on down there right now. He needs to stop that conversation, and this is where it's easier said than done, and say, We'll talk about that afterwards. I've got a final to get ready for.
In terms of Shane McGuirk, will he feel like this week was an opportunity missed for him?
I certainly feel that way for Shane McGuirk. Whether he does or he doesn't, I don't know. But I certainly feel that way for him. If he was going to win a week, this was going to be it. I'm not saying he's not going to go win a week. Of course he's going to go win a week. But certainly in the short-term future, this was it. And this is the last chance he's going to get in 2024. So I'm certain we'll see him again next year. If he doesn't go on to get his card, which I know is something that he's going to be ambitious to do, something he wants to go do. He wants to be on the tour. And from there, he would make decisions about his lifestyle, maybe take it a little bit more serious, put more practice in, try and go professional. Professional isn't getting your card. Professional's having the ability to practice and prepare properly because you get your occupation from the sport. If Shane McGuirk does that, I think we're going to see him take that next step where consistency comes in and he doesn't make errors like he's done tonight.
Well, Shane McGuirk departs, but 12 players are going to arrive on Monday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is the list of players for week 5 here at the Super Series. We spoke to Stowe Bunce in the semi-final preview. He's really looking forward to his experience at the Live Lounge. And he's probably been one of those players that, in terms of debutants we haven't seen here, has been very much at the top of the list of a lot of people's minds.
I like to read a lot of people's opinions, certainly around the Super Series. And whenever the conversation comes up about who would you like to see here, he's always been one of those players that's very top of the list. And it's just very hard with geography. It makes it very hard to get him here for the week. However, we now got that privilege of seeing Stowe Bunce here for a week, and he's going to be dangerous, but he's got a lot of competition in there. He's going to be aware of the players he's in there with. We've heard from him about how much he's relishing the opportunity. And with that, you normally get someone who comes up here, plays good darts and enjoys it. We may see him start a little bit edgy on day one, but just because you're edgy doesn't mean you're not going to play good darts. A lot of the time, it means you're going to play better because you're going to have adrenaline in your body.
What do you think we'll see from Fallon Sherrick next week?
I think she'll be here on Saturday night. How that comes through, whether it's Group A, B or C, I don't know, but I expect to see her here on Saturday. Fallon comes good this time of year. There's a lot of things coming up for Fallon at the back end of this year, and this is the time where she needs to make sure that she's putting a little bit more in, and she always does. I think she's going to produce.
Just finally, very quick word on the final that we're about to see between Gotthardt and Worsley.
On the evidence of what we've seen recently, you'd definitely go with Kai Gotthardt. But then if you was watching Wednesday and saw Kai Gotthardt in the bottom half of the table, a table which John Worsley won, you'd say John Worsley. So I think this is all going to come down to who holds it together the most. I want to see Kai Gotthardt come out here and be aggressive. If we see that, I'm going with Kai.
It's the tunnel against the Womble. Someone's going to be going underground and someone will be wombling free with the Week 4 title.
But we do have a finalist, and he's from Germany. John Worsley is back into another final.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is time to meet the finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage, here's a former PDC Challenge Tour winner, the Womble, John Worsley, and the current German Masters champion, the Tunnel, Kai Gotthardt.
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable.
Well, John Worsley was in no room to rate around, was he? He takes on Kai Gotthardt in the final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth to become the 4th player through to Champions Week in Modus Super Series 9. And so, for the final time tonight, let's join your commentators, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
That's very apt, Henry. The final time. And I suppose if you're a fan of 80s music, start with the final countdown. And we do have 2 players from Europe. 7 legs, potentially, to see who joins Labanauskas, Harrison and Hamilton into Champions Week just before Christmas. Mark your cards, everyone. December the 7th, 2024, we'll see the Series 9 champion crowned. And one of these two could be that person. John Worsley has been the favourite with the odds compilers a lot of this week. I think Matt Edgar has been very correct in saying that he has not played his best darts at any point this week. He's going to have to break the big German in the final, and his best darts are going to have to come out.
140.
There's only one game, isn't there, where you really want to play your best darts. And it's not 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Monday. It is here in the final on a Saturday night. This is where you want to produce it. This is where you need it. This is the game. And he's been in this situation many times. He'd have been in this sort of game in order to even get his tour card. He has things on his CV that we believe Kai Gotthardt's going to go and do. We know Kai Gotthard wants to go and do it, but Worsley has.
$96.
That pace that you were talking about a little bit earlier tonight, Matt. We said that maybe he could struggle against Sean McDonald. He didn't. But does he feel more comfortable against Worsley in this final? It's up for interpretation.
57.
But what I'll say is that John has played Kai 3 times this week. He's beaten him twice. But if we look at it realistically,
59.
John didn't play Kai when he was at his best this week.
And how much are we watching John Worsley versus Kai Gotthard and John Worsley versus John Worsley? Because you've got to remember the negative thoughts, that recent form in the back of his mind. He's a player who analyses performance. He's a player who wants to play his best. And he hasn't. And the first thing he said after winning Group A was he was talking down his performance rather than talking up the fact he's won the group.
Did you just somewhat paraphrase Rocky IV by saying when Rocky Balboa was in the corner of Apollo Creed, he says, this fight you're having against the Russian, it's not him against you, it's you against you. You might be spot on.
44. Kai require.
But for First Blood, which is another Sly movie, double 10.
Game shown the first.
And that's 5 legs in a row in knockout darts at the end of week 4. If he goes on to win this final by a stretch, change his nickname from the Tunnel to the Bulldozer. But when it comes to the last few weeks here on Saturday nights, we've had something happening pretty much every week. The last 3 finals in this series have all gone 4 legs to 3. And even before that, the Double Trouble final was 3-2, which went all the way. And let's not forget, we go even further back. The Series 8 final went all the way as well. I wonder if this one will as well.
100.
I wouldn't be surprised. At times this week, 4 threes have been pretty much on the menu the whole time.
43.
Look at the angle of those darts. And he's alluded to this in his interview at the start of the night. He said the darts just don't seem to be flying right.
96.
Can't get full control, and that is coming from that release. The release completely off.
Can you imagine what it feels like being in a final?
58.
And you're not even getting your darts to fly right.
Yeah, you'll just be wanting, but I'm just looking at the back of the stage and the shaking of the head from John Worsley. It feels like one man is hoping while another one is trying to make it happen.
Yeah, I don't think Kai's got any doubt in his mind about where he's gripping the dart,
140. Kai Raquan,
how he's throwing
124.
it. It will feel so familiar as he goes for the bullseye.
99. Johnny Raquan, 76.
Double 8. That one went in sideways.
Required 25.
For 2-0. It's Kai's turn at double 8.
Game shot on the second leg. Kai Gotthardt.
He hasn't lost a leg in the semis and final yet.
Third leg, it's Kai to throw first.
Whatever works,
Game
whatever motivates you, you just keep doing it if this is what's happening.
Well, he's done the damage now, hasn't he? He's got the breaker throw. He's had a holder throw. If John Worsley is to turn this around, he needs to break twice. And it's short format. Best of 7. First to 4. There isn't a lot of time left.
Time is always against us.
55.
The words of the great Morpheus. The first 3 weeks of this series in the finals, we've seen somebody get the title from 3 different qualifying groups. Somebody won from Group A, somebody won from Group B, and last week, Andy Hamilton won from Group C. So he went through the longest possible format of a week, playing 29 games. And that's exactly what Gotthardt is trying to do here.
58. $46.
So quiet in this place. And what Kai's done
58.
is he's silenced this place. After playing against Lipscombe earlier,
60.
We are having a night where nobody is undefeated.
The loneliest place to be in darts or in any sport is either the winner's enclosure or the main event.
Kai require 140.
Can he leave tops? He does just that.
Kai require 100.
You might not want to give him a shot. You might want to take this out, John. Hit another.
80. Kai require 40.
Just the one needed.
Game shot on the third
And he might just
leg.
bulldoze his way
Kai
into
Gotthardt.
Champions Week if he wins one more leg. This place is in shock.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first.
Don't say we didn't
Game.
tell you so. We've been sitting here all week saying, those odds on Gotthardt at the start of the week, they look a bit long.
$100.
Just to further elaborate on the point of the winner's enclosure being quite a lonely place at times, quite often when you win a tournament,
140.
while ever the presentation, they start packing the equipment down around you. A lot of the time it's to an empty room. The second the World Championship dart goes in, people start running to the
83.
exits.
That's true.
And then when you get backstage, there's no one there. It's an empty room.
60.
It's a strange experience at some venues when you watch somebody lift a trophy and about 15 minutes later there's stuff being deconstructed. This place won't be.
140.
Because we're coming back on Monday morning to see what happens in week 5, and my word, that is a great week.
100.
I think that's the face of both disappointment and maybe one of, I will get you one day.
41.
He was in Gotthardt's group and he missed out by a couple of legs.
97.
Great shot from Kai, great cover.
137.
That is a weekly winning shot. Now that he's got it. He showed so much emotion after he won the last couple of legs of his group game, which he needed to do.
89.
He has not lost a leg since. This is for 10 straight legs on the night.
$86.
Press pause
48.
on the German party.
Worsley's had 3 darts at a double in this game and not converted any. He's got 2 more to save his skin, to keep himself alive in this final.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Big dart.
John Worsley.
Big dart. Big hit. Gotthardt knows how important that was. He's missed 1 match dart now, Kai Gotthardt. But you'd expect he's going to get more.
But it's not a guarantee.
60.
Now that he's had a chance to finish the job, he's got to do a bit of the yard work again. And someone has stopped the rot. Can you imagine the possibility of winning 10 straight legs on a Saturday night here? That is something that I didn't think I'd ever see.
134.
This is where you've got to be mentally strong, though, when you're so close. You've had a match start, and then you go back to 501. And as you go through the levels, and as you go through the ranks, that sort of psychology just plays stronger and stronger. You get to the World Championship, you might be a leg away, a dart away, and then you're 3 legs away again.
Yeah, just to put that into points perspective, you can be 2 points away from a world title. And then 1 shot later, you can be 1,503 points away.
89. $99.
It's another chance to win this final, but it's a bit harder than 104. Full credit to Worsley. He really is digging deep here. And he's on the cusp of breaking Gotthardt. He's going to have to. This is pure experience that's keeping him in this final.
That wasn't Kai Gotthardt dropping the performance. 15 darts thrown from Gotthardt, and he was sat on double 10 ready to win the title. Worsley going out in 13. And you feel to get that breaker throw, he had to be sub 5.
As soon as that first dart went in,
68.
Kai looked to the sky.
There'll probably be a little bit of panic kicking in at the moment, won't they, for Kai Gotthardt? Because at 3-0 up, you feel like you've done the game when you read the play and you think, right, if I take out this and I break the throw here and I hold here and I've got it. And he would have thought that. He'd have had that moment where he's like, right, I've got you now. Just got to finish it off. And all of a sudden, in this short format, it can turn so quickly.
In sport, you can design a play in certain sports, execute it perfectly to the very last 1%. But if you don't complete that last 1%, it all falls down. A set piece in football, how you play a golf hole, how you set the field for a certain ball in cricket, an NFL play. If you don't have the end product, you do not win.
83.
And at the minute, it looks way more likely we're going the distance
155.
than this being settled before a 7th leg. Starting to see the German in the background shaking his head. He did win the bullseye in the practice room before the final. I think he might need it.
140.
Or does he?
74.
Does Worsley close the door again?
Might only be a dart at the ball. Just a dart at the ball to save his skin. It's not going to go. Gotthardt has 1 match dart already.
He'll be expecting another.
54.
Could have won this final twice.
John, you require 25.
Could have won it 4-0. Could have won it 4-2. Will he get another chance? Double 12.
Game Sean the
So good on the doubles under
John
pressure.
Worsley.
And he's won the last 3 legs to take us the distance.
Seventh
Again.
and final leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
What is it about this series? Every week on a Saturday night in the final,
84.
we go the distance.
During those semi-finals, we was talking about what the importance could be about winning the bullseye if it went to a 3-all scenario, and it has.
128.
He's done a very good Dennis Priestley switch there. But how much has Kai got
140.
left in game 29 of his week?
Look at the pace in which he's moving around the stage. We said he needs that aggression in his game, and we saw it there, putting everything he had into those 3 darts.
55.
Now has the advantage on the scoreboard and in the pattern of play.
97.
That is a massive treble 19. He's still a visit ahead. And considering everything that's gone on in this final, where he's had 2 darts to win, he's still left himself sub 200 after 9.
97.
And I think that second dart was a brilliant dart.
140.
It wasn't where he wanted it, but what it does is it ensures he couldn't bust the score if he had an edgy moment. Now, he has definitely got 3 darts to win this week.
He's had 2 already. But these 3 are going to be under pressure. What a time for a maximum, the first maximum of the final.
I require 40. Game shot and the match of the week 4 Modus Super Series champion, Kai Gotthardt!
Eyes on the prize. With tunnel vision, Kai Gotthardt becomes the 3rd German player to win a week at the Modus Super Series. And boy, did he have to do it the hard way. Full props to the Womble, John Worsley, who pushed him all the way. Just like Andy Hamilton from last week, he has to do it the hard way by playing the maximum amount of games you can in a Modus Super Series week. That will mean so much to Kai, and he's going to be coming back before Christmas with Hamilton, with Harrison, with Labanauskas, and he's the 4th name into the hat for Champions Week. It was a brilliant final, and it was full of drama as well. John Worsley finishes 1 short, and the German is going to be making his way back to Portsmouth in a little under 8 weeks' time. I think the time is better than any after the last couple of minutes, which have been a helter-skelter of emotions. It's time to crown your newest weekly champion, Kai Gotthardt.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the presentation. Would you please show your appreciation for the Week 4 Modus Super Series champion, it's Kai Gotthardt! Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Kai Gotthardt!
That will feel like relief more than anything else in the end for Kai Gotthardt. Winning on debut, you can see there how much it means to him. But my word, when he was 3-0 up against John Worsley, he must have thought it was going to be an easier ride than that. He gets over the line in the final by 4 legs to 3. Paul Nicholson's joined me in the studio, but it could have so easily have got away from him in the end.
That's true, but I don't necessarily think that Kai did a great deal wrong in that final. I think he was pushed by a very experienced opponent into a place where the pressure was as high as it can get in this place in a weekly final. John deserves all the credit in the world for pushing him all the way, but when you look at the way that Kai played in that last leg, he gave himself that breathing space and he was able to get over the line. I know how much it's going to mean to him, but as far as German winners when it comes to the Modus Super Series, Lucas Wernick has done great stuff since he won here. René Adams is actually a friend of Kai Gotthardt as well, and he can put his name next to them.
Well, Kai, come in here. Many congratulations. We'll pop you just down on that chair there, have a chat with me and Paul about that final. We were just saying there that after going 3-0 up and then it goes all the way to a last leg decider, I bet more than anything you must feel relieved right now.
I find the words right now. It's unbelievable. I have 2 match starts and one to win it 4-1 and one to win it 4-2. I'm over the moon right now. It's crazy.
You must be really tired, or müde
Yeah.
in German. 29 games, and you've played for 6 straight days. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling tired, but I give my best all the time, and it works. And that's the main thing. But all the players here are playing so really good stuff. Yeah.
Let's go back to that final. Let's talk about the final leg of that match, because you were 3-0 up against John. It goes back to 3-3. Just tell us what was going through your mind at that particular moment in time. As you mentioned, you had those match starts to win the game earlier. Is there a possibility that when you're in that situation, panic could set in? What was your mindset at that moment?
My mindset was always good. I think about my daughter, and that's bring me to the win, yeah. My daughter is all for me, and that's the main thing. I only think about her, and it's for her.
And that's the mascot that you have, isn't it, on the table when you play your matches? That's what you're kind of looking to, isn't it, at times?
The thing on the stage next to your dart case, that's from your Tochter.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's for my daughter, yeah. It is.
So this is kind of an emotional victory in more ways than one for yourself.
Yeah, it is. It means so much for me to be in here. It's so a great opportunity for me. And yeah, I won it, but I don't know what I can say now. Sorry, but
you have to come back in December.
Yeah.
Now, there are some things to do before December. You have to play PDC Europe Super League. Does this give you confidence to maybe go and get a place at Alexandra Palace too?
Yeah, it would be. But the German Super League would be really tough for me. So much players from the tour are there, like Lucas Wernick or the last year winner, Dragatin Horvath. They're all such great players. And yeah, I know I can win it, but we will see.
How much confidence will this win give you ahead of that end of the year, in particular that competition?
They give me so much confidence for this. Yeah, sorry, I find no words right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to bring John Worsley's pot up from out of nowhere.
Fantastic.
Well,
best player of the week.
Yeah. I tell you what, John, just come in here, just quickly grab your word. Come between myself and Paul, and just very quickly, I know that must have been an emotional one for you. You're 3-0 down, back to 3-3. What were you thinking at that point?
I was just trying to hit a treble 20, and I think I had 2 scores without one, and then I started playing again, but he deserves it. He was the best player all week, in my opinion.
And when you hit that 180 and then Kai's got that top, so you're just hoping and praying that there's a miss?
I just hope he's missing. If he misses, he knows it's good night, Eileen. Because I don't miss double top doing Paul.
Yeah. No, you don't. Not with the pressure anyway. Well, you've got to give yourself a lot of credit, John, because of the way that you fought back in that final. You could have lost it 4-0, but the way you fought back to 3-3, you've got to give yourself a lot of credit for that, even when you're not playing your best darts, like you said.
I give myself credit for a week. Like you said, they're 180 magic, and I'm just praying you miss, and he didn't. But yeah, I'm happy without not how I've played this week, but I get to a final not playing my best darts. You can't do much more, can you?
And just quickly, what's the plan for the rest of the year for you in terms of darts? Is Q School possibly something on your mind?
I'd love to go back to Q School, but I have to be right. I won't go back playing 70, 80 averages. That's not me. I want to go back there 90 plus, then I'm interested. If I can get there, I'll be back.
Well, John, thank you for completely ruining our running order at the end there. Many congratulations on what's been a good week. We're going to have another couple of words with you, Kai, and just what Champions Week's going to mean for you now, going into the end of the year.
It means so much to me, and yeah, let's look what's going on there. I think it's on the lakeside at the same time. Yeah, I don't want to play on Sunday the qualifier because I'm here, and it means so much for me.
And just Paul, your thoughts on the week overall as a whole?
Unpredictable. I think what we've definitely had from Kai, we lauded him earlier in the week, and we said that possibly he could come here with confidence from the Pro Tour, from the Challenge Tour, with some of the things he's done in Germany. And I think the net has been cast very wide over the last couple of years since we came here. We've looked to different tours, we've looked to different parts of the world to get talents like Kai. And now that players like him are here, we've got stronger fields every single week.
Well, John Worsley, as you can see, has departed us now in the studio. That was completely unexpected, wasn't it? We can round up what we've seen this evening by having a look at the results, and we can talk about John Worsley now because he's departed the studio. What do you think he will take from this week?
Character. Still won Group A, and he was able to be competitive on a night where other people were favoured. We were talking about Shane, we were talking about Kai. We were right in them being the favourites. And a lot of us thought that it was going to be a rematch between Kai and Shane in the final, which would have been something else. But would we substitute that final? No, we wouldn't, because it was a fantastic spectacle.
Here's a stat for you, Kai. Every single player that you could have possibly faced this week, you have not just played, but you've also beat. Does that add something a little bit extra towards that win?
Yeah. Sorry, I don't find any words. Yeah, but all the best to John. John is one of the best guys I ever met here, and it was so great experience. Thank you for everything. But
well, Kai, many congratulations. Enjoy the win tonight. We shall see you at Champions Week in December. Paul, thank you for your company as ever. We shall see you again on Monday morning. And that is just about it from us here at the Live Lounge in Ports. It's been a dramatic evening, and that was just in the studio after the final was done. But it is Kai who's the king. It's Gotthardt who reigns supreme and books a place at Champions Week. Bye from us.